just the beat. It's just a beat.
Welcome back, everybody, to Season 4 of T-esports Championship. We are continuing tonight with stream number 2 for League of Legends. We are in the Swiss phase, continuing round 3. Yesterday, we had a little bit of an unfortunate event, but those teams that didn't show up got eliminated, and the teams that did show up continued in the Swiss, so it was all nice and easy for them. But tonight, I'm hoping for some excitement. I'm hoping to see some really fun matches. We have some very, very interesting players playing tonight. First matchup being Harmony versus Nightbirds. We've watched Harmony last season as well, Season 3 of TEC. And Team Excellent and Mouth Breathers. Very interesting players there. You'll see who I'm talking about. Tonight with you again, we'll have Lucho and Scarf as your casters. My name is Amy. I'm your host for this tournament. And we are getting ready to jump into the matches. The prize pool for this tournament is 100,000 euros, and all of these players right now are hoping to get into the playoffs and then get into the finals, which are going to be held in Budapest, Hungary. That's right, the LAN Grand Finals. An amazing experience. So I wish everybody luck, good luck, all these teams tonight, and give us some great matches. We want to see some action. All right. See you all after a little break with match number 1, Harmony and Nightbirds.
Hello, hello, hello. This is, well, arguably the first official stream, I
Yeah,
suppose,
it
to
is.
some degree, of the League of Legends discipline here at the T-esports Championship. So welcome everybody. My name is Lucho. Here
Yeah,
with
I'm
me is
Scarfer.
Scarf. We have been on this rodeo before. We cast this last year, and this time around we also have quite a few interesting teams. Of course, because of the situation yesterday where both teams forfeited, so we did like almost immediately right off the bat in like 30 minutes lose two teams, so that's quite unfortunate. But tonight is the night where the winners are facing off. All of the teams that are going to be playing today are 2-0, so they are at the very least looking to get those beautiful chances to go to playoffs, which is of course something you want to do. But even if they don't, they still at the very least have two opportunities to close it out and go to the playoffs, which I feel like is something quite important. But what are we watching today?
Yeah, today we're going to, at least in the first series, we're going to watch Harmony versus Nightbirds, and we have seen these players last year.
Yep.
As you've said, we have commentated last year, and we have also a lot of players coming back into this tournament. So Harmony, I'm going to introduce some players. Giso, we have seen him last year. I remember him. Nikolai, Beaker, Stargazing, and Dekel, or Daskari, as you've said it. And you wrote he's the #1 player in North Macedonia.
Yeah.
So that's a cool fact to have because mainly I think we're seeing Polish and Hungarian players, at least yesterday. So how this works, to go to playoffs you need 3 wins, and if you have 3 losses you are out of the tournament. So yesterday's teams were all 0 and 2, so it was supposed to be elimination matches, but as you said, they forfeited.
Got out.
And in the first series, it was a full Polish team versus a full Hungarian team, and in the second series, also full Polish and full Hungarian team. So I think it's the most common nations.
Yeah, I
they're
think
playing.
so. I mean, even if you just look at it geographically, I suppose to some degree, I think even on Counter Strike, we had the most amount of Polish players in like almost every discipline. But Nightbirds, they shall be introduced later on when we'll have some downtime during games, which of course we do in those laning phases. But the pick and ban has already started. It's Harmony on the blue side and Nightbirds on the red side. Do you want to take it away for the first one?
Yeah, for sure. We can see a common trend. Harmony banning out 3 AP champions, while Nightbirds banning out 3 AD champions. It's just a funny coincidence. So we'll see first pick Wukong, definitely 99% in the jungle. Could, in some funny situations, serve as a flex pick for top lane, but we haven't seen him play top lane for quite some time.
6 seasons, yeah. It's
so
been centuries.
we'll see, maybe a wombo combo. They did ban out Orianna, so I think Wukong Orianna might be the best mid lane jungle combo. So we shall see what will be picked as the synergy with that monkey. Alistar on the other side, I'm not sure I like it as a first pick. Support as a first pick already. Maybe if you pick some good synergy like Rakan Zaya or something like that, but
Yeah,
Alistar,
Senna.
yeah,
Something
Ken Senna.
like that, yeah.
Alistar specifically is a very good counter pick. Support into like, I don't know, Nautilus Rel, especially. He destroys Rel. She can't engage ever if Alistar is staring her down. But Alistar Sivir, just I think strong, solid combination. I don't think they can pick out anything that can really bully them, punish them out. So we'll see what will be picked. Now, Harmon does have the support counter pick, which I think is maybe even the strongest counter pick, especially in pro, in competitive. So maybe a Poppy, a Thresh if he is comfortable with it, or
Braum, also
just
nice.
solid front lane.
Yep. Also quite interesting here, we have two champions that have a lot of, well, technically 3 dashes already on the team. So had they kind of maybe left Alistar like to be picked later on, maybe picked Poppy in this case, that's
Yep.
like 3 dashes down. I would have quite liked that from them, but Jace also I feel like is quite nice, but this is quite heavy on the AD already, so they're gonna need a good, safe, maybe scaling mage to fill up those AP gaps. Maybe even a Gwen. I think one of the players here from Nightbirds does play her. Let me just check. Well, not really a lot. It does seem like he plays Rumble, so that definitely makes sense on why it's banned.
Yep.
But yeah, so far quite AD heavy. You could kind of say the same for the other side, but you have Wukong who obviously builds Black Cleavers, so armor will be shred.
Yeah, I mean,
and
Corki, a lot of
with
true
the E.
damage. Yep.
Yeah. So already though, in just these like I would say the first phase, right, being over, I would kind of prefer Harmony's draft so far in the first 3 than the Nightbirds.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they did get the counter pick. Braum will be very annoying into Sivir, as she can just stand back in a team fight and send a few shurikens and it bounces on every member of the Team Harmony. But Braum is going to be great at stopping that, especially if Wukong goes in first on the engage and he can just stand behind Wukong and those shurikens will stop at Braum. And of course, very good disengage if Alistar finds a good angle on the Corki. Rumble is going to be a pretty good peel for him. So 4 mages now banned out, everybody banned mid laners.
Yeah, it's quite interesting though for Silas to go out like this. I do kind of get Talia with the safe scaling, obviously being able to poke somebody down in combination with Sivir and then also with Jace. It's such a good poke comp that later on you have Alistar, you can still engage. Jace obviously has the capability to just one-shot somebody. But Silas for me is quite interesting because I feel like the ults aren't necessarily like that big of like, not necessarily as impactful as you would kind of see Silas picked into these really big ult champions. So quite interesting on that.
I mean, I think he's just very strong currently in the meta, especially in the jungle. Last patch or the patch before, he did get a jungle buff, so he has been seen played a lot in the jungle. Lilia pick I absolutely love here, especially because you've said 2 AD champs already, you need some AP. The first thing, and the second thing, straight up counter pick to Wukong. His W later on engage is going to be useless because if Lilia just finds that Q, she can slip him, and if they one-shot him, that's a very important engage gone. Malphite picked here, while they have top lane last pick, I'm not really sure I love it that much, but obviously great engage into J Sivir, which don't have any mobility by themselves, and Mel just strong mage.
Mel is quite good. I like Mel here, especially because of the execute that she provides,
and
I
the
feel
poke
like,
you've said.
yeah, the
She can
poke,
just
which
bounce
is
back.
quite strong here, and even Lilia, even though you don't necessarily think of her as a poke champion, those bowling balls with like 2 or 3 items, they're gonna burn away like a third of your HP once they hit. So it's just gonna be rough all around, but once again, it's gonna be Victor, who will be the last pick kind of to round out this team comp. The mid-jungle duo being double AP is something that probably isn't necessarily the best. I would argue that's probably the only flaw of this entire team comp. But on the other side, since they kind of are lacking in that AP damage department, I feel like the execute from Mel is gonna kind of come in clutch. It's gonna be really necessary to convert those pokes or all-ins into actual kills and then hopefully into some objectives or whatever they decide to fight on. So I quite like the Mel. Malphite, I'm not really sold on. You already kind of have the Wukong knock-up, you have the Braum knock-up, and now you have the Malphite R knock-up. So that is a lot of CC that you kind of can't necessarily negate. But on the other side, like if you do go in, you just said it, there's a Lilia who can just sleep like 3 members of your team on that engage. There's an Alistar who can probably peel Sivir perfectly, if he does, of course, play perfect. Sivir has a spell shield, so one of those is probably not going to hit. That is a bit of a roughie, honestly. I feel like maybe at that point could have been a bit better to just pick like a Bruiser or something that can kind of fight a bit more on the top lane contest. Because to me it feels like Malphite, while he is strong into those AD champs, there still is a Lilia that if she does end up ganking top, I feel like all the armor stacking isn't necessarily going to be as viable as it usually would be on Malphite. So quite interesting on these drafts. Even though I started out preferring Harmony's draft, I'm kind of a bit more sold on Nightbirds now.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I would have preferred the Jays to stay mid lane and get a strong counter pick top lane, because Malphite, if he is counter picked, if he is against a very strong early, he would go down in CS as he usually does as he's counter picked. I mean, what can you do? Like, your Q costs 90 mana or so, you can't even CS, you're very easy to pick off, but yeah, I think it's going to be a battle of ADCs because they both have great peel. Wukong will need to play very smart against Lilia, Alistar to find a good engage. They are such good disengage champions. So Sivir should have a nice time playing, but also on the other side there is the Braum to counter Sivir all in. And of course, if she is seen without a spell shield, Malphite will be deadly.
Yep.
So we'll see how they play out.
Yeah, absolutely. It is quite, I would say, not necessarily an even matchup, but I would say that obviously both of the teams are 2-0. They've won their respective first two matches. Both of them looked quite dominant. So I am now kind of wondering, is it going to be the experience maybe that ends up kind of being the big factor in this matchup specifically? Because on the side of Nightbirds, of course, almost everybody has had either a challenger peak or like a really high grandmaster peak that was probably quite close to a challenger peak. Bobista, who is the top laner of Nightbirds, he's been in like 1 trillion teams, as I've written down, and sometimes I feel like experience can just be the biggest factor in a win. On the other side, Harmony, like, I wrote it down here that Dackle, or Daskari, however he ends up being called in the game in the client, he's been in this team for 5 years. Like, if you talk about experience, like, sure, you can team hop, but consistently playing for one team for 5 years, I feel like that's probably one of the most impressive stats that we could possibly see out of anybody.
Yes, for sure. So he probably has a lot of motivation to keep this team afloat, to scream a lot with them, because if he has been playing for 5 years in the same team, I'm not sure how long more is he going to play. So he probably has a lot of motivation, a lot of fire inside him to win this. So yeah, we'll see. It's a best of 3. It's not an elimination match, of course. Whoever wins just gets a gets a pass to playoffs. But whoever loses, I mean, they're still in 2-1, so they need to lose 2 more series to go out and win just 1 more. So
yeah,
there's not a lot of stress. So we will see.
Yep, it's a quality matchup. Absolutely, it could go either way. So, is it too early to ask for predictions, or like your maybe not predictions? Let's go with expectations. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe in the first game, I think Sivir has the potential to just completely take over the game, especially with Lilia as the anchor. If Sivir does go behind, a lot of AP option is there available also with Victor. But yeah, I just don't see how they kill her. I mean, if Alistar or Lilia, if they play well, Wukong should never touch Sivir. And if she's never touched and has her spell shield, Malphite can't do anything to her. So I think she has the potential to 1v9, so we'll see how good Strode plays it.
Yeah, that is absolutely valid. And also one thing for Harmony, we talked about this Malphite pick, about how it could kind of go, well, either way, but both of us, I feel like at the very least, that's the impression I got, don't necessarily kind of like that pick. And even like Dackle, who's playing top for Harmony, like, he usually plays like Darius, Urgot, Mordekaiser, Volibear, Renekton. It's those champions that can genuinely go contest the wave, maybe get prio, enable their jungler a bit more. And with Malphite, that's not gonna be happening, especially in this matchup. So
Also, he has a lot of aura. They banned out his Darius and Urgot, which is very funny because I don't think you've seen in competitive that much at all, maybe.
I think we actually were casting him last year. I think he actually did pick Urgot. And I think they won that game. I think he actually obliterated top lane.
Yeah, so it's like a bow situation where he
Yeah.
pulls out an unseen before champ and he just stomps with it.
Yeah. Also, like, we were kind of on the topic of not really having AP in the first 3 picks. He does play Mordekaiser. So even that could have like been an option, maybe like an avenue that they could explore, which also would enable them to have the AD AP on mid jungle, not have AP, which is also, I would argue, quite good. But then what would you even pick for jungler? Because Nikolai of Harmony, he's also in a bit of a funny situation because, of course, a lot of these stats have been pulled out from solo queue and stuff like that from all the other accounts that they have. But he plays mainly like Graves, Kha'Zix, Viego. There's only one like ganking jungler, if you will, and that's Jarvan. So it's like, it's a really funny situation to be in because like you need somebody, as you've said, to be that anchor, to kind of hold the team together if everything else slowly falls apart. And all of these champions, like, sure, they can 1v9, but the consistency of damage, I feel like, is just not there as it is with Lilia. And I feel like even if you go kind of behind on Lilia, as long as you get like 1-ish, maybe 2 items, you can still do a lot. That sleep, we talked about it, is so good, such a good utility to have. And it's gonna be quite interesting, especially to see how they play around their AD carry.
Yeah, I agree completely. If she does go ahead, she will have such an easy game because mobility counters basically every champion in their team. Like I said, Q ult combination against Wukong is uncounterable. If he does go invincible, she doesn't have to know where he is. She can just Q full circle around her, so she will hit him. And I mean, Corki, Braum, Mel, Malphite, even they can just miss all of their abilities against Lilia with how fast she will get later on in the game. So I feel like if she does get ahead, she can just run circles around them. But also to stop glazing Nightbirds, I feel like on the other hand, Braum does also have a lot of potential to outplay damage on the other side. I mean, Jace spoke, Sivir, if she does find a good angle, Braum can just stop all of the damage, and of course Mel can find really annoying reflections on her Qs, on her basic attacks, Ws.
Yeah, but even if you think about it, like, if they do pull off the initial combo we talked about, where Wukong goes in, maybe he knocks 3 people up, follow up from Braum, they're once again all knocked up, then comes Malphite, once again they're all knocked up, and if Mel puts herself in like a really good situation to just E and Q somebody, I feel like that's almost going to be an instant execute.
Yeah, no, of course, I agree, and the Corki has a lot of AoE damage. Yeah, I agree completely, but I feel like it's so hard because I think Wukong needs to be first, and just against Lilia Alistar, it's going to be such a hard time. But of course, there is that Malphite. Maybe they thought of that, like Wukong against Lilia Alistar can't ever find an angle, but with a Malphite, and if he first finds a good ult, then maybe Wukong has an angle to engage. So I feel like both teams don't really have a straightforward way of playing. They really need to jump hoops and find some wacky angles to make their comp work. So I think at least it's going to be a very interesting game.
Yep, I 100% agree. Yeah, but since we've already talked about Nightbirds and Harmony, and it seems like I don't really know when we're gonna go into the match. It seems like something is happening behind the scenes, so we can talk about the other matchup here as well, kind of introduce everything else. So Mouthbreeders versus Team Axland is also on the horizon after the first best of 3. Those two teams are also quite interesting. I definitely have a bit more notes for Mouthbreeders because to me it kind of felt like it's a bit of a titan. Honestly, it's a sleeping giant in this bracket, like Camelius. he played for Giants, for Mouse Next, for Gentlemates, for Movie Star Koi Phoenix. Then you have Neon, who played with Berks. He played on Vitality, Origin, Misfits, Schalke. He was everywhere. And then, unfortunately, how things ended up. He ended up kind of going back to Vitality B, and then he ended up playing for SK Gaming Prime, and that's kind of his story. On the other hand, you have Sayator, played for Barca and Lost Heretics, so a bit more on that Spanish side of things for the ERLs. Also, Collar, who was a multi-season challenger, played in Vitality B, Aga Rogue, G2 Arctic, and Z10, which is another team that's actually participating here at the T-esports Championship, which, when I was doing these things, I found it quite interesting how many overlaps there are in teams.
Yep.
Like, you can see so many players who ended up playing together before
Yep.
and things like that, but we did jump into the game.
We are finally in the game, and as expected, although Malphite was picked into Jace, Jace is a very strong early game bully, so I think he should go at least 30 to 40 CS down. Later on in the game, I mean, of course, for top lane, the jungle influence is very important as well. So we'll see how the junglers play it out. Okay, Jace is getting a bit out-traded and he's 0 mana, so Malphite can find a really good flash in.
Seems like we missed quite a few things as we were connecting.
Yep.
Stonic!
Look at this Wukong pathing top lane.
Yeah, Lilia down here already kind of securing Scuttle. No harm done. Also, Alistar, quite quick on that invade, already following up. It seems like it might be a play mid. The bowling ball will not connect. Flash is available, and it shall be taken. And now Strode. Oof, that's not a good situation to be in, though I do think he will live it. Yeah, the Q here doesn't connect. He's now slowly firing back. Does have the barrier. He might even get it, but the counter barrier now has been played.
He was a bit too greedy.
Debated?
Yeah, 2 seconds before death, he did get an outtrade on Gisou, and he could have just waited for Pero, although he doesn't have his flash. But yeah, he was a bit too greedy there.
Yep.
It's very, very unfortunate. I mean, he knew
also kind
Gisou
of
has barrier.
Overstepping just for no reason, walking into the two of them, having to waste his flash.
The first few basics were completely fine. He did outtrade Gisou there, but yeah, just that final 2 basics were a bit too greedy. Now Adi Babista making a play on Daskari. I'm not sure what the flash situation is, but it looks like he will get out just completely fine. A lot of minions stacked, but they're not looking for dive. I think Daskari still has his flash up, so it would be a bit too greedy.
And I see his difference also has been built up here on top, basically doubling almost. So there's really no need, I feel like, to risk it.
Yep.
Make sure that Malphite is slowly going behind.
But yeah, okay, I mean, it's not that bad for Strode. Peto did freeze his wave, so he didn't lose a lot. We can see he does have a bit more CS than Gisou. It is that kill difference, but at the end of the day, 900 gold in damage items for Gisou and 700 for Strode, so it's not that big of a difference. I think he should be completely fine still in the bot lane.
Well, just getting perma-prio as she spams those Qs away. So far, though, it's been kind of silent, I feel like, for the jungler of Harmony. Feels like Lilia already tried to go top twice, do a bit more, even though Wukong was also pathing towards top in that initial first clear. Now Lilia already starting up that dragon, as they are looking to, of course, but some more pressure on the opposing team here.
Yep.
Started to stack those Drakes early, 6 minutes in already.
Yeah, very straightforward. I mean, Nightbird's bot lane does have prio. and of course Nikolai was in the base, so...
And it's such a good, like, Drake to be the first
Oh, we're
one
going
as
to see a
well.
fight. Nikolai is stuck in the pit, but here comes Stargazing, and now they're making a counter initiative. Adi very low, has his flash up, but didn't find an angle to use it, and now it's 2-0 for Harmony. Nikolai getting that kill for himself, and...
Yep. Still, I would argue that not necessarily that bad of a situation.
Tascari.
What a flash there! Good reaction from Babista.
Yeah, I mean, nice try, but obviously it's very easy to flash the Malphite ult, and he doesn't have anything after it, so... Yeah, now it's going to hurt a lot in the top lane. Already 20 CS down, he does have his TP, he's going to lose some minions, but now this Jace is going to be a bit of a problem in the top side if Nikolai doesn't help out.
Yeah. And even with, like, the kill here onto Adi, it's like the gold, sure, like 400, not really that much. It's basically just one kill at like 7 minutes.
Yep.
So I would argue that just ballin' for that Drake was the correct call. So we shall see what else they have in store. CS in the jungle, slightly swinging towards Wukong, as his camps are also up. Lilia still kind of clearing
Beaker
this.
without flash, if Beto catches up, he does have boots, but
Nothing.
just get out. Stargazing is coming, also Nikolai, and now it's going to be a battle for the grubs, but I don't know, Gisou
The
is
lane swap
on the top
already.
side. Yeah, very good lane swap, and I think they will have to give everything. I mean, Adi does have his ult, but Strode's getting absolutely smacked by the Malphite, and Harmony is just making such a strong wall here in the river. Nightbirds can't walk up at all.
Yeah. And Jay's just being split from the rest of his team is just so rough. Like, sure, he can fire off a few EQs, but since there's no engage and they didn't actually manage to catch Beaker walking through the river there, that was just a bit rough. Strode now, with the lane swap, basically farming against a Malphite, and I think Malphite likes those odds, considering he also has plated steel caps, so those basics are going to hurt a lot less. And obviously being a champion with a lot of natural resistances. So, quite a good swap. Quite early though, as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to swap back now. Malphite now has a lot of armor, so... I mean, Jace can still hurt, of course, Grasp, as he opted out. A bit of magic damage on the basic attacks, and he does have magic damage on his W and his E. In melee form, he does have armor pen in his passive, and of course max health damage, but that is not helping now as Malphite has no HP extra. But still, even if Malphite does stack a lot of armor, Jace can definitely trade back, but of course he won't be able to
There's also
one-shot
going
him
to be
at least.
quite a lot of HP on this team if you think about it. You know, having Wukong, Malphite, and Braum as well.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, Victor and Lilia should opt for Leandris.
Yeah.
Nikolai, a beautiful gang here, and Bobista without his flash is just going to be a free kill. Now Nikolai with a second kill, and third overall for Team Harmony, securing them the feats of warfare.
Yep, that was rock solid, as they say. Nice gank up there. But Malphite essentially kind of back on the map here. He might even grab a plate. The TP is available, so Babista is probably going to be back soon. Stargazing now has fallen asleep as they are looking to confirm this kill. It should be easy pickings for him. A lot of stuff has been put into this gank, but it worked out. They got their kill. Gold still isn't like that big of a difference. It's like still 300 to 400. So
yeah, it's not terrible, but full Trinity Force for Nikolai, it's such a huge spike, especially for Wukong. With the attack speed, extra damage on those Qs, and of course he can get that cooldown back pretty soon with how much attack speed he has now, so it's such a huge spike for him.
Also quite ahead of Lilia now, as far as farming goes.
Yeah.
Which,
she's just free running in her jungle, checking camps,
I was
getting
about to say, because
information.
Lilia is also kind of known as a fast clearer, obviously having so many AoE damage abilities. It is not every day I feel like you see Lilia kind of fall behind in the jungle as far as farming is concerned.
But actually, Schrode getting a full Essence River is also a pretty big spike. Beto could be in some trouble. He does have Flash, but no ult. If that Braum passive did find him, it would be, I think, detrimental, but he got out.
Yeah, the spikes are slowly coming through, as you mentioned. There's a Youmu's now on that Jace, still slowly attacking the tier, so you can get that man immune. Also, quite interesting though, we talked about Leandries, but seems like the safer option is going to be the one for the mid laner of Nightbird's Stonic. Looking to get that big rock stacked, the big crystal. So far, though, it seems like it's once again a battle of just information, attrition, trying to find these really good openings. And it seems like neither team is really willing to commit to this. As the pings are coming through, it seems like Sivir is going to go for that push in bot lane.
Yeah, but yet again, Nightbirds just can't even walk up. I feel like at this stage of the game, Harmony does have a bit better team fight, yeah, especially with the Braum. He can just negate so much damage. I think Stro deals the most damage here, and he can just negate all of that. Of course, Nikolai with Trinity Force can do a lot of damage against Nightbirds. So
The Leandries has been finished for Liliano, so that is also quite good for Nightbirds.
yeah. But now Harmony did secure 2 objectives already, making it 2 out of 3 stacks for the feats of objectives. So I think Nightbirds, after getting some spikes now, fully injury on the Lilia, I think they should context the next one, as it will give feats of strength for Team Harmony if they find one more objective. And when Cork finishes his Trinity, could be also big spike. The Skari does have ult, doesn't even have to flash. Of course, very, very easy to evade ganks.
Yeah, doesn't have
6.
TP though, so if he chooses to go back here, he could kind of miss out on a lot of minions. Seems like he will be staying. Also, Wukong now on those Gromps, looking to kind of, you know, bail out the top laner if stuff hits the fan. Liliano.
Stop.
I mean, come on, they gotta keep it PG-13. But Nikolai now spots Beto, walks back into his jungle. Braum also kind of joining the gang, if you will. Moving up towards top, the pings coming through. Still unsure where to kind of send Sivir, as the Trinity has also been completed for Corki. And
Yep.
now he too is stacking away.
And we have Stanik Choving, as is the Twitch emote, for CSing. 152 in 14 minutes, very, very good. He did get that rod pretty early on, so at 10 minutes, I think it's a very, very good mark point for getting the rod. Even, I think, above average. So now he's building towards that Leandry, and after that, when he rolls gets stacked, but I think Nikolai's a bit of a trouble now getting a sleep, but never mind, it's the full wombo combo against Nightbirds. There is no damage from them, as Stro just got completely wiped off the map, and of course it was the numbers advantages. Just Peeker had that prio on mid lane, and now it's 4 kills for Nikolai. Adi has to run away from his own jungle, and he gets rooted, but they will not follow up. Stanik
Still looking for it. The execution falls through. Stonic did come here, so they will find Peeker in the end. That will be donated to Babista. But I really love the way that Peeker played this. He sacrificed like what feels like about 50% of his HP in mid lane, trying to shove that wave in, moved first, ended up kind of securing a lot for his team here. And now look at him go. The gold lead for the first time feels like it's slowly swinging into someone's favor. It's not like 200, 300.
Yep.
It's like 1.2k now.
Yeah, but also just very, very strong is Nikolai in those team fights with his ult, as Lilia didn't play her sleep to disengage Wukong. She played it as trying to find a pick on him, which at this early on they can't really one-shot him, so it was just wasted in the end. But never mind, here comes the counter initiative on Stargazing and Gisou. Stargazing does flash out, and it seems like never mind, that crit came in very, very handy. I feel like, yeah, if he didn't crit with that basic attack, he would just be very,
the
very
crits
mad.
1v9ing the game as per usual.
Yeah.
Silver, though, has also fallen a bit behind in CS as all of these shenanigans have ensued all throughout the map. Herald now will be spotted. Nikolai already making a move here. Daskari maybe
TP comes
waiting,
in.
fishing for his opportunity. Bobista has also rejoined the fight. Had to use his TP, though.
Yeah,
So,
actually, Nightbirds.
Herald secured. Looking good.
And look at
Gold
that gold.
even now?
Yeah, dead even.
An unbelievable match we're genuinely witnessing here as technically the opener
Yeah.
of the T-esports
Yeah, we'll see the
Championship.
replay here. I mean, they did get engaged on Wukong, but like he said, no damage, and Wukong just goes back in. Of course, Picker did come here.
Had
in
they
the
had
end.
Victor, I feel like that could have genuinely been a pick. But
Yeah, maybe with his W just to get a stun after the sleep and his damage, of course.
couldn't have actually, unfortunately, done that as we talked about Beaker just sacrificing his HP to get that Bryo move first, which ended up doing a lot of favor for this team. The Poke
Yep.
does, well, a decent chunk, I would say.
But
Torpedo.
Picker, I think, is a bit stronger than Stanik at this point, just because he went for the full damage item as his first option, while Stanik does go for the scaling option. But Adi, I think, never mind, he goes in the Rift Herald, gets a lot of no-cups, and Giso now in trouble. He's way out of position. He will get picked out. Stanik almost one-shot at Picker, and of course, Stargazing very, very low. They find already 3 kills, and Daskari, I don't think he can do much alone.
What
with
did we just
Nikolai.
witness?
Yeah, they did manage to find Strode with his both summoners up, but at the end of the day, Nightbirds get a complete sweep ace. Only
ran them
Strode
over.
dying. Yeah.
That was a truck!
Yeah,
that was
we'll
a
see the
hydrogen
replay again.
bomb
I mean,
versus
yeah,
Coughing Baby.
nah, this Rift Herald play was amazing. He got a lot of knockups, made Bobista make double Q, and of course, he's so out of position. Stanik also just somehow one-shotted Picker, and Adi just picking up those low HP targets. Nikolai couldn't do much with the Skari.
I'm gonna just say, I am baffled that, first of all, it worked out so well. He knocked up, like, what, 4 people as he went along, basically secured the exhaust onto Quarky. Then they just insta-won the fight, confirmed the Drake, the gold lead that they were kind of behind on, like 1.2k, that they ended up evening out getting the Herald. Now they're like 4k up ahead, and this is just unbelievable for all of these things to happen just because of one drift.
Yeah, I agree completely. So 2 times in a row, teams have been punished for engaging and trying to find that pick. Nikolai outplaying with his ultimate, and Adi just
Drifting.
Tokyo drifting all over their faces.
No, unbelievable. This is... this should be in some form of highlights.
Yeah.
Like...
And look how much of a gold lead they have secured now. Almost, what, 3.5, 5,000 gold. That's really meaningful at this stage of the game. It's not even 20 minutes in. It's a full item advantage. 7 Dark Seal stacks for both Adi and Stanik. And Stanik only 1 minute left for his rod to stack, and now with 2 full items, he's looking much stronger. Redemption finished for both Stargazing and Peto.
It's kind of interesting though, because it feels like almost every single support kind of decided like, you know, unlock it. It ain't that good anymore. So, both like these engaged supports that end up getting redemption, also healing is technically even buffed on Alistar, which is, well, a small thing I feel like, but still I think something to note.
Actually, teamfights, I think later on his passive does heal a lot actually for every takedown, if I'm not mistaken. So it can be meaningful.
Yep.
And every day, second item now finished for Strode, which does put him in a lead against Giso.
Yeah, also Bloodsong here.
Yep.
Was finished for Stanik in the meantime.
Yeah, and look, now 10 rod stacks, getting that level up. Nikolai on the other side does have Stridebreaker as the only one in his team with 2 full items, but it looks like now Nightbirds are the ones being so menacing in the river. Nikolai trying to find an angle here, but I think it's all up to Daskari to find that ultimate They're all grouped up, but it seems like they're not finding the gauge. Stonic does find the double stun, but it looks like Adi is rooted. Is going to be completely wiped off the map. Peto is next, as it is now 5 versus 3 for Harmonic. They did find 2 picks, the third being Strode. It looks like they have found 2 picks for themselves, but no, almost even. 3 versus 2, but Nightbirds, I think, did get the
They did
Arakan.
get the objective.
Yeah.
All in all, I would still argue that is worth, even though
No, yeah, it is completely, and they have now secured the objective stack for...
lost a bit more gold, because obviously Harmony ended up killing a bit more of them, but the amount of just like XP and like stats you get from doing Atakan, I feel like it's just really gonna be good for Nightbirds.
Yep.
Babista still just farming around, cruising, as they say.
Yeah, but now Nightbirds did get the feats of strength with their third objective, and they did get the first turret.
Yep. Boots have been upgraded already. We do see those Swifty upgrades, and we also see, of course, the Magic Pen boots. The Sorks have been upgraded as well. Strode just chilling, pushing those waves in, and I feel like it's been kind of rough, of course, for everybody, because Mel can obviously just get prio quite easily, especially early on. But Sivir now on 2 items is just gonna eat waves up, and even that with, of course, Victor's laser, I feel like they're gonna be a bit more thankful for those items. Beto slowly hex flashing there. Beaker, it will not connect onto him. That's a nice spell shield, but everybody essentially is slowly joining the fight now. Strode still going away, doesn't really want to commit to it. Adi now will have to pull out the Zhonya's, and now Beto goes. That's a double knock up. Wukong already on the back line. Stonic now joins, didn't have to TP, and it might even be a sweep here. 3v3 now, that's another brawl incoming. The knockups are huge, and Stonic uncontested. It's gonna be a easy double kill for him. Beaker all left of Harmony. Can he get away? Oh, we might even get him, actually.
Stonic.
Ooh, that's a nice W.
And at the end, it was a trade, which is very unfortunate with such a big bounty on Stonic's head, giving almost 1,000 gold
Yeah.
to Beaker. A bit unfortunate, but at the end of the day...
Stonic used the laser of choking.
But at the end of the day, 2.5k gold is the lead for Nightbirds still.
It has been shrinking, though. We went from like 4k to 3 point,
Yeah.
it's like 2-ish,
Yeah.
and now it's basically at...
But I think they're still straight up chilling. Strode is getting stronger with each item. Stonic, almost the full Rabadon's death cap is going to be such a huge spike. And of course, Babista 617, just a beautiful performance.
Yeah,
13
absolutely.
out of 16 KP, 1,000 gold worth.
Yeah, both of the mages looking to obviously finish that Rabadons as soon as possible. It is a really big team fighting gap that's going to be covered by these mages doing a lot. Obviously, having double burn on Mel is also quite nice. Just whittling people down to get to that execute range as well.
Yeah, but now Baron has spawned. The Nightbirds did sacrifice the Drake for mid lane prio, and it looks like they will set up a trap. I don't know how much vision Harmony has on the topside river, but I don't think not that much.
Yeah. No trigger shall be pulled. Good on Nightbirds, obviously, for setting up a lot of vision now on that topside river, as they are just looking to steal this buff away as well. But now Nikolai, he will win that smite fight in the end. So, still, even though they did end up getting prio,
Yeah, but
did have
Harmony, no
but
vision at all in the
yeah.
top side.
It is a bit rough, but since they didn't necessarily start it, we still see Stonic just slowly shoving the top waves in now as well. Jace was also on the other part of the map, just being a menace, trying to take that tier 2 bot turret. It is nice now from Nightbirds, I will say. It feels like they are playing the map a bit better, and it seems like they will slowly start it. maybe a bit more of a gamble than they initially thought. A lot of those resistances now are gonna be shredded, so that's definitely not the time you want to take a fight.
Yeah, and Ascari does have his flash up, so flash Malphite ultimate is pretty hard to counter. Now Harmony did get the mid pry. I think they can even take the turret here if they opt to, with Nikolai helping is so, but it seems like Shroud is just going to clear that wave.
Yeah, Piker and Babista are just like shaking hands in the bot lane. Both of them have TP, and they've just been collecting waves.
Yeah, but Piker did finish his Rabadons. Now we're still waiting for Stonic to finish his. We have a few more waves on the top lane. But it seems like everybody backed off the Baron. Just waiting for a straight 1-2-1 on the map with junglers just taking their camps.
Yeah, but since I guess everything happened, I guess this works out a bit more for Harmony, since they did end up getting that second Drake.
Yeah, and since they are behind, so later it goes, the lead is going to feel smaller.
There we go.
Seems
He
like
has
Stonic
recalled.
is waiting for Rabadons. Yeah,
Yep.
now finished.
There are still 3 TPs available. Pito also ended up getting his from Spellbook, so he can genuinely join the fight from anywhere, even though I feel like having Alistar be the last person to join the fight wouldn't necessarily be good.
Yep. Yeah, look at Pista just by far the most ahead on the map, with Piker not being that behind, so he is still very strong as Nikolai.
TP also committing slowly. Quirky is going to be quite late to this fight.
Yeah, pretty late. I mean, this is maybe going to be game winning for Nightbirds.
Yep. Might be free Baron.
Nikolai sneak again, finding an engage on the Adi, but he does have Zonya Lilia's ult. It seems like Nikolai is going to take the bear. Now it's an all-out fist fight. Already Adi dead for the Nightbirds, but it is a 4 versus 4. The Skari very, very low, and it seems like double kill for Piker, but he does get taken down, and now it's a 3-4-2 for Nightbirds, but they did lose the Baron because Ari was in Zonya's to escape Nikolai. And actually Nikolai just completely carried the fight, although they did get one more kill. The Nightbirds, I think Baron is much better, especially because it's 1,500 gold for Team Harmony, now shrinking the lead.
Yeah, Babista though still went back immediately to split pushing. Strode just looking to get away from this Braum that has been slowly making up the distance towards him. As now, you know, there's another TP that's been used. It's from Vito, I believe, who just came slowly towards mid.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this was just a bit sloppy from Nightbirds. I feel like they really did have the opportunity to just go all out, swing it, because Corky wasn't anywhere near that fight in a straight up in a 4v5. I feel like you should do a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, Shroud and Adi in the pit without any peel, as Beto was trying to zone out the engage of Malphite Nikolai, but of course Piker with so much damage on the other side. Yeah, maybe Ari could have even held his Zonias for longer, but he had to tank the Baron. So
yeah, Strode also now has LDR, which is going to be an important item, especially in this team comp where 3 of the 5 players are quite chunky. And now, moving towards that Drake, it might even turn into a fight here. Adi just taking so much damage to sleep here.
yeah, he does have healing in his passive now, Beto as well. He saw deal so much, but such a beautiful TP from Stonic does find a pick on Nikolai. Now without the jungler, fighting for objectives, the objective seems impossible. Ascari falling so low that Malphite doesn't do anything, and now Gisou stargazing can't really do much against 4 members of Nightbird. Speaker managed to get out with single-digit HP, but now they will get a tier 2 mid lane. If someone goes bot lane, it's a free tier 2 as well, and they can just do so much damage here. Maybe find an inhibitor, and it will be so much easier to get the next Baron, to get this Drake, or maybe just go for the
yeah,
end.
I think you end, actually.
But Piker has to find a wave to clear the wave, but he doesn't. Actually, they will just end the game. Nikolai, with 8 seconds left, they just end the game.
Yep. Beautifully done there by
Yeah.
Nightbirds.
I thought Picker was going to find an angle to clear that wave as
Yep.
it was only a single wave of minions,
And
but
it ended up kind of being like specifically the thing we talked about. It's just kind of getting poked down. It feels like Wukong couldn't really find that initial engage, and since he was running away, the TP from Victor or Stonic in this case just ended up costing them so much. Just the amount of damage after
Yep.
that TP, and then it feels like just because of that TP and the way that Wukong was kind of forced out of the fight, they ended up splitting up 2 and 3, and that was just a really easy fight for
Yep.
Nightbirds to take.
Yep.
Which
I agree completely. So it seems like
Beautiful
my
game from them.
prediction was right at the end of the day, but not for right reasons. I feel like Shroud on the Sevier was the least impressive member of his team
Yeah.
because not because he's bad, but because his team did such a good work. Babista was so solid on the Jays, and of course Stanik on the Victor. After getting those 3 items, I mean, he was just
Yeah.
demolishing them.
Absolutely. Nikolai almost kind of kept them in
Yep.
the game there. But we'll see though what happens. Can Nikolai once again pull it through here for Harmony? Because now they're slowly facing the potential defeat in this best of 3. So we'll be taking a small break and we'll be back with game 2. back.
And we're back.
Yeah, game 2 on the horizon here. We talked about it, Nightbirds versus Harmony. Nightbirds ended up securing the game 1, and we didn't really go into like really the depths of analysis because we were just, going on break, and so were the players, so I guess we can kind of take it away now. Initially, Nightbirds kind of looked a bit sloppy, a bit all over the place. We've seen some over-aggression from Strode, and then Stonic just constantly being beaten over Prio because Mel could just push those lanes in. It looked good for Harmony, and then all of a sudden, the entire script just kind of, I would say, turned on its head. And what of all things would you say was the biggest deciding factor? Was it just straight up that one team fight, or do you think it was just something else that ended up kind of leading up to the demise of Harmony in this game?
Well, I wouldn't say that it was such outplays on one side or such a good plays. I mean, of course, Sonic's TP I think won just the last fight, but it was just those small things. I mean, it could have went either way. Harmony were so good in at the Baron fight with Nikolai finding a Gage and Adi, taking the Baron. So it's just those small things, like you playing the game and you just see the path towards that one play and you take
the golden road.
Yeah, and it just works out. So, but I think drafting helped a lot for Nightbirds. I did think it was the better draft. So I think if you consider how close in skill these two teams are, I think it was a bit expected, but you never know. I mean, it was a really close game until the end.
Yeah, definitely. Harmony, since they lose, of course, they get the choice of which side they want to start on, and that is probably the thing that's kind of had me most curious, especially coming into the tournament itself, is like, is red side gonna be as good as it was, or is it gonna be the blue side again that's good? Because I feel like last year we've actually seen quite a few teams opt out for the red side instead of the blue one if they do end up losing, and I believe Harmony was on the blue side this time around. So I am wondering if, is it gonna be the switch up? Are they still gonna stay with it? Because I feel like in Fearless format, a lot more options have been opened up for red side, because it's not just taking the one really big priority pick in the meta, it's actually taking two of solid or good all-around picks. And I feel like the red side now in Fearless is a lot more competitive and I would argue even a stronger side to some degree. So I'm wondering what the teams are going to do. Is it going to be the priority of that one pick, that one champion they really want to play to just give somebody a chance to maybe pop off, be the 1v9er? Like, securing Wukong for Nikolai, I feel like was really good for them. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the same approach, or if it's going to be a completely another one here on the red side, potentially.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Vi Ari is open, something like Oriana Nocturne is open.
Yep.
So, yeah, we'll see. I don't think any of that interesting picks were taken out. I think Malphite was a very interesting pick. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I think still a lot of fun and flashy champions are left and that are in the meta, like Viego, like
which
maybe
was banned.
Nocturne. Yep.
So I'm wondering if that's gonna keep happening. But yeah, I do agree. And even if you think about the mid laners themselves, like Mel and Victor, I feel like wouldn't really be the usual top 3 suspects to be picked.
Yep.
So a lot of the pool of champions are still open. Lilia going away, I feel like is also, it might not seem big, but I feel like it is big because it limits those AP options in jungle. Because other than Lilia, it feels like we haven't seen a good AP jungler in like centuries, realistically. We've had those fun nights of Zyra, of Brand, of course, that happened, unfortunately, that happened. But it feels like with Lilia off the table, like what would the next pick be? Because we've seen Gwen do jungling, and even though she isn't as strong as she was, I still feel like it's a solid pick. The dueling potential, like 1v1 fights, especially on like those early Drakes or Scuttles or maybe Grubs, is going to be quite huge. But just locking out one option of an AP jungler already in a best of 3 feels kind of big.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Silas is left as he was also banned in the last champ select. I think it was more for jungle than it was for mid lane, but you never know. Yeah, I mean, considering AP, I'm not sure. Maybe Maokai could be picked out. Elise, I'm not sure. I think it's more of a solo queue
Support now, even,
champion.
yeah. Yeah,
And
Elise
yeah,
has just
also
been
been
so
playing
weird
support. Yeah,
lately.
it is. You just have to make the strong lead in the early game. You have to snowball because all of the utility you have later on is that cocoon, and if you miss it,
Yeah.
not much you can do.
Yep, we do see all the champions now on the screen, like up there. You can see it. It's the champions that have been picked in game 1. And now we are slowly diving into the champ select here. Harmony do end up taking the red side.
Yeah.
So that is quite big, something that I personally as well would have done, though even though there's a reason I'm commentating and not playing, I'm not good enough. But Darius being first
Yeah,
banned.
and Urgot yet again. It seems like
It's-
all
yeah.
the bans are going to be the
It is.
same.
It's his 2 most played
as-
champions.
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense on why they would ban it. Nico is an interesting ban, though, from Harmony, because as far as I know, or at least on the research that I've done, it feels like Nico hasn't necessarily been like the greatest prio pick. Like, definitely it's solid because obviously it still is technically a flex pick, but I feel like she's been more played on support, and Beto doesn't necessarily play a lot of these like AP support champions. It has almost exclusively just been these engaged supports. So banning Orianna and Rumble once again do make sense because we talked about it. The Skari does play Rumble, and Orianna, just I suppose being an all-around good mage champion, is also something that does indeed make sense. So I'm wondering what the first pick is going to end up being here. A Jarvan. Alrighty. Also another note, which is that Jarvan is his most played ganking jungler. So this also feels like a bit of a taking away moment, more so than getting it for ourselves, because they banned Viego. Wukong is now also out of this, basically out of this draft for the remainder of the series, and now taking Jarvan, which is the most played ganking jungler of the opposing jungler, is quite an interesting move.
Yeah, Kaisa picked out here. Will it be the usual Nautilus, as I feel like he's the most common synergy pick with
No.
Kaisa? Yet again, I think it's confusing. It's no Harmony picking the ADC first, and now it is the Silas.
It is.
So yeah, we'll see where they will send him, but I feel like it will be the jungle. But now they can find a good synergy with his J4, maybe Syndra or some wombo combo,
Syndra
as
would be
it was the
huge.
last game.
There is also an
Talia.
interesting thing that could happen for yeah, for them, and that's the I was gonna say Rakan, but because realistically we've seen the Xayah Kaisa handshake all the way back to 2019, so that is something that we personally have seen a lot. Thresh is really good here, especially because 2 dive champions already. It's so good. You know, the aspect of peeling, bunny hopping your jungler all the way from wherever he is to potential gank is really good. But I was gonna exactly say that I wouldn't be surprised if we see Xayah and Rakan. But Rakan's ultimate is also a really good ultimate for Silas to take, because first of all, you know, of course you get the AD, the AP I mean, you get the move speed, and just the amount of charm into chain into W, like the full combo can just go off immediately, and with the CC that he does steal from Rakan, it might even enable Kaisa to of course go in, get those final few damage points.
I agree. I mean, he has a lot of good ultimates here. Xayah, of course, just getting away from J4, but also the J4 ult against Xayah, as her ult doesn't get her out of terrain. So if he doesn't manage to close her in, if she doesn't have flash,
yeah.
she's just a sitting duck. But yeah, I love the Thresh pick here, just a complete counter pick against the Rakan. A lot of peel for the Kaisa. And if she does find a crazy engage with her ultimate to find a pick, he can just get her out with the lantern.
Yep, absolutely. As now the other bands are slowly coming through, it's going to be Talia and it's going to be Camille on the side of Harmony. Camille makes sense, like Babista does play her, so that is absolutely valid. One of the most played champions of his, actually. Talia also going away is a ban, of course, for Stonic. We've seen it banned in the last draft, if I'm not mistaken. Syndra Hui, once again, just taking out those better mid lane matchups and picks. So I'm wondering what the fourth pick here is going to be. Are they going to go for a top laner, leave the counter pick potentially for mid? It's going to be a Tristana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very interesting, especially as the first pick. So I think it's also going to be interesting to see what Stanik is going to take for himself, as he can't go something like a Victor that is a sitting duck in the early game against Tristana's W. He needs the ability to push her off or to get away safely. Aurora is decent, actually, yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best pick he could have pulled out.
Yeah,
of the
I
set
agree
here.
completely, especially as... Okay, we just have a Yasuo top lane for Bobista.
It's kind of base.
Or actually, mid lane against Tristana, and Aurora first pick for top is very decent, actually, yeah, I think
Okay, so
it is.
I do have written down that Stonic is a big enjoyer of Yone. He also likes Silas. So if you think about it, like, those two being his most played champions, Yasuo kind of falls right in the middle.
Yeah, but
of those
actually,
two.
yeah, I actually like it a lot. And now with Renekton picked out, it is meant to counter the Yasuo. It's going to be a fun mini game between top laners and mid laners of both teams, how they will swap and try
Yeah.
to counterpick each other, because of course Tonic does counterpick. Yasuo counterpicks Tristana, Renekton counterpicks Yasuo, Aurora is very annoying into Renekton.
Yeah, it feels to me that once again, kind of Nightbirds have gotten away with it.
Yeah.
More so than anything. It is quite interesting the way that this entire draft played out. And now we're watching a Yasuo game. They have a Rakan W. They have a Jarvan knockup. So a lot of these synergies could come into play, enabling Yasuo, of course, a bit more.
Yeah.
Aurora could just, as a single AP, I feel like she does shine a bit more than what she used to be because her presence in mid and top were just so disgusting. So now, in a bit more of a balanced state, I feel like as a solo AP, so not a lot of people are going to be building MR, she's going to shine.
Yeah.
Especially on, of course, those pokes, those big, quick engages, getting out positions, stuff like that. I feel like it's going to be really good. On the other side, double ADC in late game could of course cause quite a few troubles, especially if you put Tristana onto a side lane, as she just chunks those turrets. Just, it feels like one objective fight is enough for her to like take the entire lane. So that's something that I feel like Nightbirds are gonna have to look out for. And in this game, Thresh is, we talked about it, really, really good, but like we don't necessarily see a lot of like enchanters and stuff like that, obviously, in this high level of play, but having like potentially another peeling enchanter instead of Thresh with two ADCs, I think could also be quite huge. So that is a bit of a niche, I feel like, take at this point, because I don't really know why, but nobody really opts out into enchanters anymore.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, you just can't really make any plays. Of course, there is no engage from you. You just have to play for peel and disengage. And in this scenario, with Renekton top lane, Silas in jungle, I feel like it would be a bit too squishy, maybe. And yeah, it would be very hard to find those picks. I mean, Silas is so close ranged, and Renekton just works better as a disengage, as a peeler than really an engager. I think he needs his flash to engage. It's really hard to slice and dice, as you have maybe one or two mobile champions in the other team. But we'll see. Yet again, it's the blue side that picks the crazy wombo combo
Yeah.
I mean, if they all focus their ults on 5 targets, they just blow up.
Mm-hmm.
As it was for Harmony the last game. So I think it's going to be very funny to see how will they try to find those wombo combos, but at the end of the day, they have picked Yasuo, which is almost never seen competitively. I think I remember it was G2 or someone that picked it ADC and it just got stomped. Or it was, I don't remember who, Fnatic or someone, I don't remember. But
Yeah, Perks was quite known in his ADC
yeah, but it was way
days.
before, I think last year or so.
Last year?
Somebody picked it out, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely has been a while since we've seen Yasuo work at all in competitive, and definitely one of those champions that needs a lot of support from everybody else to kind of function, because it feels like if you don't really have a guaranteed knock-up champion on your team, he is just so bad in pro play. Because I don't want to be that guy, but nados are kind of easy to dodge. They're quite slow, and unless he does like a flash Beyblade or Keyblade or whatever blade he chooses to do at any given moment, I feel like the value of having that ultimate just is non-existent.
Yeah.
So you need flash to do something, so basically every 5 minutes you can do a thing. And Alistar, one of the champions in the last game, is probably one of his better benefactors. Gragas has also been seen quite a few times, especially with Yasuo on his team. But Rakan is really good. Obviously, ult charming, maybe getting 3 people up, and then having the support of his teammate, and then, of course, just dunking on people while everybody is in air. And even if that doesn't work out, maybe he's not in range, there's still the Jarvan EQ, so there's definitely a lot more possibilities for him to get that big dream ultimate off.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with Rakan, I think it might even be the best champion for Yasuo, as his ult W is just so uncounterable. I mean, you just have to be, I don't know, out of
Cleanse
range
flash.
or something. It's so hard to
Double
dodge.
summoners immediately.
And yeah, even if you have flash, Nikolai very aggressively here on Ahri. But unless the Skari just flash Ws, there is no kill. And of course, even if he did, I feel like they wouldn't kill him, so they would just get out.
Yeah. So, we talked about expectations, but now after one match, I'll throw you a prediction. Do you think that this is the end? Is Nightbirds gonna be the team that advances into playoffs, or do you think that Harmony has a good, solid shot here at turning things around, taking us to Game 3?
Well, what do you think? As I was the first one in the last game.
I will say, I believe this is going to be a Nightbirds duo. I think with this, this is a feast or famine draft. I feel like that's the best way to explain it. And sure, there have been quite a few hiccups in the last early game that we watched. But now, they should be calmed down. They should be warmed up as well. So if just one of these lanes decides to take over the game, I feel like it's just going to be huge. It's going to be really good for them. And I feel like the wombo combo aspect of just having the Rakan, Yasuo, and then the Xayah ult as well that's going to land on everybody, that might just be a team fight ender. So I personally overall prefer the Nightbirds draft, and I think they are going to take this one.
Yep. I really like this summoner spell usage from Nightbirds. It seems like they're in a bad situation now, using 2 summoner spells against Zero and Team Harmony, but Peto did get a heal off without Ignite, and Shro did block a lot of damage with his barrier. Forced to flash, that is pretty bad, but his barrier will come up sooner if he so uses his in the meantime, but they will have to play passively. Harmony, as I've said in the Champ Select, beautiful swap. Skari obviously just demolishing Yasuo, especially because he took fleet footwork. I feel like he should have expected them to all in on the swap, to really try hard to get the swap going. So I feel like he should have just preemptively went lethal tempo if he does have to play into Renekton, just to have some tool to fight him back. as actually level 1, Yasuo can just demolish Renekton with little tempo. Nikolai forced to flash. He is level 3, as is Adi. Counter engage, but Peeker, not a lot of damage coming in. Adi is very tanky, especially with Conqueror and shield. Nikolai is very low.
Yeah, I was about to say, it feels like
Oh, Adi,
Whoa, just
where
not
will
out.
he run?
No commitment. Renekton the only one now with Silas on his feet. Tristana has fallen back. Even Yasuo is joining the fight now. It's gonna be a flash here immediately to knock up. Will connect. First blood goes in the other side. And that's the thing that I mentioned. It's those early game hiccups. It's the whoopsies that end up costing Nightbirds a lot.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. It was all in for Adi. If he does hit the AQ, he gets the kill. If he doesn't, he dies. Very nice trade. Peeker getting out with 1 HP. Seems like Bobista is having a fun lane for now, but I feel like if Peeker does get some components, he can just W on Bobista. He does have little tempo, and unlike mid lane, I feel like Bobista would have, or Stanik in that case, if he played Aurora mid, he would have a pretty fun time, as he can just W out, and Tristana can't really chase for long because mid is such a short lane. But in the top lane, that's not the case. If Peeker does find a good W, Bobista, even if he Ws out, Peeker can still chase for such a long time, as top lane is so long.
Yep, that is 100% correct.
Yeah, but it's
Silas on those garage, no.
But it's also the case for Stanik, of course. Very hard to play into Renekton, but mid lane is pretty short, so he shouldn't.
Yeah, it's like what, get 2 dashes, I think, is just necessary to get out.
Yeah, I mean, he can't really
Throw his
get
minions,
that
but
denied in CS. It's pretty hard to freeze a wave on mid lane, as jungler is always close by and can just break the freeze.
yeah, Beaker, as you mentioned, having an interesting time. Not necessarily the best.
Also, the Greavy's rush for Stanik, I don't think you do it. As I've watched some Yasuo OTPs, I think you should rush a recurve bow and maybe a dagger on the side. Because when they changed the boots, I think this season or last season, they nerfed Greaves by quite a lot. Now they give, what, 25, I think, percent attack speed,
they did
and
like, what, 35 or something,
yeah,
almost
so
40.
it's not really worth it, I think, for 1,100 gold. I think recurve giving 15% and the extra damage on hit would be so much better for Yasuo.
Beetle now shall be spotted. Gazo slowly eating away at those blueberries, and now Jarvan looked for an engage. It's gonna be the double root here. Also an no, it's not exhaust. I'm sorry, Addy cannot get out of there. It was the barrier that was used, but it was the ignite that I wanted to mention there that has been dropped on his head.
Yeah.
And that's now a 2-0. Unfortunately, our overlay isn't showing it.
Yeah, but although, I mean, Ari still managed to take the Drake with Nikolai pretty low, but Pito does have enough damage, or Strode, but he will be taken down. I don't know if Pito lives, he does have Flash.
Yeah, the Flash had to have been used. It was a bit unfortunate, though, I will say, for the bot lane, but still having a 3v2 end up being a 1-for-1, not necessarily the worst. Rakan is still there to, well, kind of save the wave if need be.
Although they did not get the feats of warfare, so it is a 1 stack for feats of strength for Team Harmony. But I was going to say, Adi, enemy mid lane and bot lane having prio, he was on the back foot in that team fight, and he still did manage to get a Drake, and he was the only one dying in that fight. I think it was overall actually pretty good.
It is solid, and well, at this point, it's the second game in a row that I feel like this has kind of happened. Nightbird's just kind of losing out on these early game skirmishes. That's going to be a knock-up, no ult use from Yasuo. He is aware that there's no way he gets him down. So he is just going to take it away as a nice little bonus victory, since Renekton did have to pop his ultimate, as he's now slowly re-engaging Vito. He's going to come here, and so will Adi. It's going to be the preemptive flash. Nikolai now diving in, and he's going to be the one knocked up. There's a dunk on his head, and that's going to be enough for the first kill, actually. No, the second overall of Nightbirds. So slowly firing back, getting their momentum again. It is quite big, I would say, to, of course, feed some more resources onto your Yasuo, who's already 25 CS ahead. Now with that assist, that's some more gold in his pocket. A 1v1 overall is happening, but Dascari just taking the heal, getting away.
Yeah, down hook there on Strode. He doesn't have his ultimate, actually. He does have his flash. It seems like Giso is trying to run him down, but it's Stargazing that is now in trouble. Charm into Root. He just gets killed so easily. Giso didn't find an angle to go in there, although he did have the ultimate advantage.
Yeah, I think this was just a miscommunication issue.
Yeah.
Because Thresh really wanted to go in.
Yeah,
and,
but I think the biggest problem was the level difference between Peto and Stargazing.
Yeah, popping that ulti obviously did help a lot, but I feel like even if Thresh popped his ulti there, I still think he would have been completely annihilated. And now, two fights at the same time, knock up onto Dascari, the ult has been used. Is it going to be enough to get him? Oof, he barely lives!
Yeah, look, both of them.
Unbelievable!
Yeah, Dascari on the mid lane and Babis on the top lane, both leaving the gank with 1 HP. But Babis does have his TP and Dascari doesn't. He's going to stay to take this XP, but he's going to share it with Stargazing, and he's already a level down.
Yeah, it is a roughie. Gizo then could be dive. That's going to be a flash knockup. Beautiful, beautiful, but it was Strode who ended up tanking, as he did kind of preemptively shot that feather. And that is quite good now. You have your ADC at 2-1, 20 CS up. Also, Rakan has a bounty on him. 1-0 and 3. He has been absolutely crucial for the success of Nightbird. And it makes sense since he himself is a bit of a bird.
100% KP on him. It's very beautiful to see of your support. But actually, although Nikolai died twice, he also has 100 KP on his team. The problem was he was so squishy without the Proto build, but now I feel like it's much easier to play, especially with the Proto build active, as he can use it as both engage and disengage.
I guess the thought really hadn't crossed my mind while we were talking about draft, but it feels like with the draft that Harmony has, it feels like there's no like really big front line. Renekton being kind of a halfish, and Thresh obviously building support items. Sure, he's going to be tanky, but not as a real tank would. On the other side, you know, having Yasuo, who's going to just shred you, having Aurora, who is the sole AP basically of this team, so maybe not enough MR is going to be bought, so she's going to shred everybody. Xayah, once she gets Lord Dominic's, which I believe might be the third or fourth item for her in this match. Oh, it's gonna be rough. It feels like almost everybody could be deleted.
Yep. I agree completely, but it has slowed down a bit. And it seems like at the end of the day, the swap didn't really work out. Both Beaker and Dascari are behind against their matchups respectively. And now Nightbirds did just grab a free Drake, already 2-0 in Drakes, and with Grobs actually that did secure them defeats for objectives. So now it's currently 1-1 in feats, so whoever gets the first turret will get it exactly the same as it was the last game.
Yep, 5 plates, 5 plates, 5 plates. 4-2 on the bot lane, so if we do end up seeing a jungler path there, which Jervan is kind of already hovering there, but Rakan is going to be kind of helping out the rest of the team, so I was kind of hoping maybe they go for that. Pull it through, get the turret. Audi now was spotted. Strode. He is close enough, and he's gonna flash there, and he's now stuck. He can't move. Stargazing. Oh, that was a bit of a preemptive bullet. Almost. The redemption hits, and it's gonna be Pito with another kill to his name. 2-0-3 now. Supportal combat on top lane. It's starting to look quite dangerous for Harmony. 13 minutes in, already 3k gold down, and I don't know, man. Not looking good.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of big important spikes now coming in for Nightbirds, as is the Essence River for Strode, Strikebreaker for Adi, the Malignance for Bobista, very, very important. On the other side, Kraken for Giso is pretty huge, but I'm not such a big fan of the Black Cleaver for Daskari, as I feel like they are not that tanky. On the other side, and they are not at AD heavy on Team Harmony's side, as maybe only Tristana is a full on AD versus Renekton. But now the beautiful Wombo combo, Arinoka with Stanik, ultimate Nikolai trying to get out. Stanik does manage to catch up. Peto did find the engage on the Daskari, but there is no one to follow up there, but they still did manage to get a free pick. And Nightbirds just keeping up the lead and increasing it by the minute. Stanik as well with the Torque.
Not looking good now. Lead essentially just growing bigger and bigger by the second, and the amount of damage that's been dealt to these side lane turrets specifically has been quite huge. Even though some opportunities will now show themselves for Harmony, you know, the bounties are slowly coming in on players and of course on objectives as well. So some bonus gold is there to be claimed potentially, but yeah, it's just been the Bubista show here at top lane. It's so rough for Beaker. It feels like he can't even play the game. Every time he slowly steps up, he gets, like, what, half of his HP just gets blown up by one combo. Brock's Electrocute, okay. Not much he could do better, and Nikolai is slowly swerving around. Rakan is also rejoining the rest of his team here. Everybody rotated other than Yasuo, who has TP, so if they do decide to pull the trigger on a fight, it's gonna be an all-out brawl. Renekton doesn't have TP, as he did go all the way to bot lane. So there's going to be a main advantage fight if Harmony does decide to take it. Stanik will take this duel quite seriously, and as he pops, as Renekton, pops his ultimate, he's going to take his leave. No need to drag that on any further. As now Bobista might get blown up, and a double knockup again, 2 ultis. Oh, they will do all the damage in the world. And once again, a good play, but read by Nightbirds.
Yeah, I feel like it's Nikolai 2 levels down against Stanik. Here comes the Skari, but the Nado was beautiful as to disengage the Skari and find that kill on Nikolai. Now Stanik just goes full in. Exhaust will come. It's very important for to reduce Kai'Sa's damage, but does get taken down. So it's a 1-for-1.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, Chief. This looks like a solo queue game.
I mean, maybe. Ari coming here, bot lane. Peto is pretty squishy at this point, but Giso now does have both summoners up. He uses it aggressively and doesn't find the kill, which is very, very unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
And
17 minutes, 15 kills.
Yeah. It is a fiesta, to say the least. Does find a beautiful hook. Now the Skari will connect it with his stun, but it's not enough damage to fully take out Desire. She still has flash. Doesn't find the hook. So now Adi needs to get out as well. Knockup will find, interrupt his flag, and now needs to flash out. He does manage to live, but very, very unfortunate there using his flash.
Yeah. That's the power of taking the Yasuo ult on Silas. As you basically, every time that your chains connect, it's going to be a knockup for you.
Yeah.
Slowly starting Drake here. It's the third of the match at 17 minutes. We talked about how many kills have been going on here, and now Babista has also kind of joined the fight. It's going to be his ultimate, and Pito immediately goes in, and now Adi joining the fight as well. Another knock-up which Stonic will capitalize on, and everybody's just falling one by one for the side of Harmony. It feels like they can't do anything. It's just Nightbirds all the way.
Yep. It is pretty sad. I was going to commentate Stargazing, how unfortunate he was. I feel like he played pretty good this game, disengaging Jarvan, Beto, finding beautiful hooks, but they never make anything happen out of it. Bot lane 2v2s, he managed to find a hook on Strode, and then they lost it, or he just died for free, as Viso didn't really find an angle to engage. So I feel like having that score is really not fair for Stargazing this game, as I feel like he did play it nicely, but it's always something. And also top lane with Picker, when he found the hook on Babista, and Adi was just waiting in the bush and found the double knock-up. Yeah, it's just unfortunate event after an event.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, they will say, but there's also another thing, and that is fortune favors the bold. And my god, was it bold to pick Yasuo, and now they are rewarded for it. So
yeah,
really
it is
good.
completely. I mean, he played out the lane nicely, didn't get solo killed, and now it doesn't even matter. But I mean, Babista yet again, 304, Shadow Flame finished. When he does have Electrocute, and Ari now trying to find an angle. They do knock up Nikolai and Stargazing with a double knock up. Strode can't finish those kills. The Skari doing beautiful work in the backline, but it's not enough. He can't do it by himself. Nightbirds are just so much ahead, and now they find
this is just the old-fashioned wallet slap.
Yeah, it is, really.
As you've said it, it's just the fact that they're so ahead. They're 11,000 gold up in 20 minutes. There's going to be another tier 2 turret that they also add to their pockets. 3 Drakes, almost on Soul. The last one will be up in, what, 3 minutes? They're going to take the Otaka now as well. And you are starting to wonder, what could Harmony possibly do to get back into this?
Yeah.
What sort of miracle will it take?
I mean, yeah, they are 3v2 here, but I feel like it doesn't matter. Nice knock up on Babista, but he just blows them up. Stargazing doesn't find the hook.
Oh, hell no.
And now Ari can just come back again and take the camps. Yeah, it really is. Like, it was a good play for Harmony 3v2, finding a hook, but it doesn't matter, really.
That was I felt like a public execution.
Yeah, it is.
My
In
God.
this fight, I feel like they're just spamming their abilities. Riders, they're just going in. They can't be punished. Picker with only one item, he can't do any damage. Scar, nice work in the backline, but he can't one-shot the ADC, and he's alone doing damage, and they are just running them down.
If this is your solo queue game, do you call FF15?
Yeah. I mean, 2-level difference in the jungle. Top lane, not sure, but it's at least 2 levels, as Babista now hits level 15, and I mean, look at this.
My god! That was a nuke that dropped on him.
It really is, and I don't know how they can come back from this. 13,000 goal advantage for Nightbirds. And even if they do get to like the late game, Tristana and Kaisa are very strong late game champs, but I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, another fight where it feels like just the lack of damage is... It just hurts. The redemption will not fall in time though, so that's a shutdown. That Kaisa will add to her pockets. Stonic still going for it, the NATO will not hit. Now kind of stuck between these towers waiting for the minions. That's going to be a knock-up onto Tristana. Beaker, he can't move. Stonic. Oh, 7-1 and 4. This is the enemy Yasuo.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's laughing.
Yeah, I think it's the Renekton.
Oh,
Yeah,
lordy.
he can't really do much
That
here.
was a
He's not his
sweep.
ultimate waiting for his team. But I feel like they just go in. I mean, what can you even do? There is no damage coming from Team Harmony. And 25 to 5, 5x in kills on Nightbird's side. It is, like you predicted, a 2-0 for Nightbirds.
Yeah. I mean, had you asked me at the beginning of this series, I genuinely would have said Nightbirds 2-0 because it's that experience, it's that level of play that they're used to, and it's definitely, I feel like, something that overall gives them the edge. So congratulations, you have made it into the playoffs. On the other hand, Harmony 2-1 still has 2 more chances to make it into the playoffs as well. Maybe they get, warmed up a bit more throughout the tournament, level up as they go, and end up maybe getting revenge on two Nightbirds. Who knows? But until then, we have Mouth Breeders versus Team Excellent next, and we'll be taking a small break, and we'll be back with Amy.
Welcome back to the studio. Now, that was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful match there. Nightbirds, congratulations for getting into the playoffs. That was 2-0 to Harmony. Harmony still has their chance to get into the playoffs because we still have more rounds of Swiss. But that was just beautiful. What was there anything that Harmony actually could have done this last match?
Yeah, I mean, probably not after some 7-8 minutes, but yeah, I mean, first game was very, very close. I felt like it didn't go that late into it, but I still feel like Harmony did put up a good fight. But yeah, the second game was just a disaster. I feel like both of the teams were just so bloodthirsty, just to make some fights happen, just to go in, just to trade 1v1, and it cost Harmony the game.
Yeah, Nightbirds, they really took every opportunity. They exploited every wrong step from Harmony. We could see that all the time. They were looking for those kills, and they did. They had a huge gold lead. They had all the objectives. I mean, it was just beautiful seeing them play. And I know at the start of the first match of the best of 3, it was a bit like, okay, they weren't doing so well, but sure enough, we saw what they really mean, what they really came here to show us. So yeah, that was pretty nice. We have another match coming up. We have Team Excellent and Mouth Breeders. We saw Excellent last year. I think they're an interesting team. Great players as well. Mouth Breeders as well. We have Neon, who played with Perks in Vitality, so a lot of interesting players. But yeah, what do you think about that matchup?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Team Excellent was in the finals the last year in Telecom, so they're definitely a competent team. And as both teams are 2-0, it's going to be a very interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, and even if either of them lose, as you said, they're 2-0. There's still many Swiss rounds. We're going to be watching League of Legends this whole week, so stick with us. We're going to go for a little break, and then we will see Team Excellent versus Mouth Breeders.
Back up, cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. Cause I'm ballin', look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it, keep it back. Look at all these charges, bring it. Bring it. Look at all these charges, bring it back up, cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. Cause I'm ballin', look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it. Look at all these charges, bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all these charges, bring it. Bring it. Look at all these charges, bring it. Keep it back. Look at all these charges, bring it. Look at all these charges, bring it.
Now move your body, it's just a beat.
got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern. Hey, I got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern.
Big bad bass for your head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top.
Big
Head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta give for the layup on the trip Academy. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got the dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta give for the layup on the trip Academy. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got the dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention.
Hello, how's it hanging, fellas? We're back. Essentially after what was, I wouldn't necessarily say a sweep, but I feel like it was definitely, the second match was really one-sided from Nightbirds, but now on to the other 2-0 teams we have for today. It's Team Excellent versus Mouth Breeders. So, the way that things are looking, it seems like we already are jumping into the champ select, so I will let you do the honors.
Yeah, for the first pick we have nothing yet, so we'll have to wait a bit. Oriana banned out as it was in the last two games of the series before. So yeah, I'm not sure how strong currently she is on the meta, as is Rumble, as we have seen those two bans already. So we'll see if the trend continues. Will be Viego next, will be Nico on support, which I think is such an annoying champion with her transformations, as you can't like permanently keep watch for wards, for minions, for everything. She can just sneak, and even if you do see a minion walking through the jungle, she will hide a part of her ultimate animation, and with flash, with protobelt, she can just flash in your face, ult you, and it's a pretty done deal. Alistar and Wukong banned out. 2 bans remaining for both teams, or 1 for each. Azir,
That is
the
interesting.
Emperor of Shurima, banned out. That has to be a specific target pick, as I think he's solid maybe in pro play in the meta, but
Sayator does play him from Mouth Breeders, so it's interesting that they are the ones banning Azir, because on Team Excellent, as far as the mid main person is concerned, he plays Silas Akali, Syndra, Aurora, Yone, even Gale. So Azir is quite an interesting ban.
it's Rise Howard here. Hasn't been locked in yet. I'm not sure if it is such a first pickable champion. I feel like with his no mobility, if he doesn't proc his abilities and short range, I think he can be bullied hard in lane, depending on what the other team picks, and it has been locked in.
That
as
is,
I can see, which is very interesting.
Yeah, definitely uncommon.
Yeah.
And now Yunara on the other side. So we're getting some interesting picks here.
I mean, we are starting off strong for sure.
Right off the bat.
With Yunara, the newest champion in the game. I feel like she's just way too straightforward. Maybe some outplay potential in her ultimate form when she does get the dash. But yeah, I think she just gets overwhelmed by some of the other ADCs available. Syndra now picked out. That was one of the first champions I had in mind, thinking what could bully Rise. I feel like definitely it is the Syndra. He's very easy to hit if he doesn't proc phase rush or his move speed with EWQ. And now Nocturne picked out, and Ambessa in the top lane. They will leave ADC and support as the last picks.
Yep. The thing about Camilius, right? Who is the top laner for Mouth? Oh wait, no, he's on support. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, oh no, never mind. Camilius is the support main. It was that was Caller. His most played champion is Ambessa, so that is a good secure, I would say. And on the other side, Mafro, he's actually a bit of a not necessarily a ganking jungler. He loves his Viego, Nafiri, even Pantheon, I guess, could kind of fall into like a bit of an in-between category with good ganks and, of course, solid dueling. So Nocturne isn't really a champion that I have like written down for him, so that is a bit of a surprise. And obviously, since they ended up banning Oriana, I always feel like Nocturne is best in synergy, and to me, this now doesn't necessarily have the crazy amount of synergy, so I'm not really the biggest fan of Nocturne kind of being so prioritized, like game 1 of the best of 3. So that is genuinely a bit of a surprise. But other than that, I think that Rai's first pick is also insane.
Yeah.
no, really not something that you see often, and Ambessa for me is the only one that would kind of be a normal expected angle from Outbreeders. So I don't know if this is like a calculated curveball.
Yeah, and I feel like they maybe should have picked ADC on the Mauve Breeders side as to at least get the counter pick for top lane or support. And now they lose both, as they have picked Renekton into Ambessa, and they do have the last pick available for support. So they did ban both of the Kai'Sanat combination on the bot lane. Kiana locked in here, which
Okay.
I have not mentioned in the last series how strong are currently AD assassins, especially in the jungle. Kiana, Talons, Nafiri, just anything
Zed
that can
even.
build Zed, especially, yeah. With how good their clears are, with how easy it is to snowball with lethality as your main stat, and yeah, I like it a lot, especially because she does have pretty easy targets. I mean, I think except on Bessa, it is pretty easy to engage these champs. I feel like Nocturne's spell shield is pretty useless unless she is chasing him and trying to snipe him with his Q. If she jumps on him and he turns on the spell shield,
That's good.
it will block the Kiana E, which is just damage.
Yep.
So he won't block the ultimate, the root of the water Q if she chooses that, or you know, the red Q with execution damage. So I feel like she will have a fun time now. Rakan and Quirky on the bot
Yeah.
lane.
And not to mention, everybody is kind of squishy, so Kiana
Yeah,
has a lot of potential to just, well, basically blow everybody up with one good ultimate. And, of course, in combination with Syndra, who's also looking to just QE ult somebody into oblivion, I think this could genuinely be a really deadly combo.
yeah. Both teams opting for a lot of damage. Both are pretty squishy now with Renata.
Yeah?
Support, I mean, she can serve as a very good counter pick for Rakan. If she does hit the Q ability when he Ws, she can cancel him out pretty easily, especially in the late game when he does find an angle to ult W in. Renata could be the one to stop him. Also in the Nocturne ult, it becomes such a chaos to fight in it for the enemy team, but if Renata just fires it opposite of her team in a straight line, it is pretty hard to follow up that Nocturne engage.
Yeah.
You'll just get Renata ulted.
Yeah. But honestly, for like the first match, this is just such an all-around, I wouldn't necessarily call it weird, but really unexpected kind of draft that we got going on from both teams. Whose draft overall do you kind of prefer?
I think it is the team excellence. Because I think Kiana is very fun to watch. She has such good potential to completely take over the game, to completely 180 the team fights with her ultimate. I think it's a pretty all-rounder with Renekton. You have the disengage. Syndra also has very good disengage, and then you have the engage with Kiana. And I mean, that's pretty much it. Yunara can be a good engager by herself, or at least someone who manages to find an angle to go in, deal a lot of damage, and with her move speed still, you know, get out.
That is valid. Nocturne is, the thing we mentioned here, but how do you think that Nocturne, of course, you mentioned just Kiana being a bit of a difficult matchup for him, especially because it feels like one of his abilities just doesn't really do anything now. How do you think that Nocturne is going to fare into, like, the rest of the team now with, of course, Renata? You talked about that ulti just going in and everybody kind of turning on each other. There's the Yunara, who's, of course, dealing a lot of damage. Or, well, you mentioned it, how generally simple that champion's design is, but also I feel like sometimes because of the simplicity, you can genuinely output a bit more damage than you would with your like a bit more skill expression kind of AD carry. So in this like matchup specifically, right? You have the Rise, you have, of course, the Nocturne, but on the other hand, I feel like it's going to be a bit rough for them to actually deal damage, because if almost any of the team members overstep, like Corki generally isn't that big of like a ranged carry. He has his ultimates for poke, sure, but if he wants to deal damage, he's gonna have to W in. Rise also, kind of the same thing. You talked about it being a champion really dependent on a rune, like the phase rush, to kind of move somewhere.
Yep.
And I feel like if you get that close, you're gonna get ulted, you're gonna get blown up, and I think Kiana and Syndra might have a good game.
Yeah, and very aggressive here. I think it's definitely better for Team Excellent's side, as Excellent does have the lethal tempo
Yep.
on his side, and I feel like Renata provides a bit more with her passive, having that extra damage.
Yeah, really nice from Excellent there, leveraging his balls.
Yeah, but both of them using their summoner spells, so only the flashes remain on the bot side. We'll see,
So-
top lane will be pretty interesting. Renekton opting for PTA instead of Control, I guess maybe understandable as they're not that tanky. Overall as a team, Caller opting for Grasp, so he does prefer those short trades, but I feel like Renekton in those all-ins is going to hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Hurt a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the fact that he can proc PTA basically for free. So Yator in a good situation is going to be the flash from the haste. He knows that he needs to flash that one, because one basic would have been enough. On the other
Yeah.
hand, no mana now for Rise.
Yeah, now look at that. The haste can actually stay in lane now because they are not close to level 4, and Sayator with no mana can just flash basic attack, and if you have more HP then it can't do that much. I'm not sure what the wave state is now on the mid lane, but Septico still running down Color, abusing that counter pick.
There we go. Blown up. Rise has returned. He has used his TP, and he immediately leveraged it. The only thing he bought was a tier, but still, because of that TP, he ended up getting first blood, kind of rewarded for it, and now...
But Stefan doesn't find
Oh, there's no Q!
doesn't
He
have
levels up
flash.
as well! Oh, it's gonna be enough, but the QE
Yeah.
snipe from Syndra is gonna be enough to, at the very least, grab one back. 2 for 1 overall now. And Syndra, since she did TP, she can push this in quite surely. No.
Yeah, although I think this trade is better for Team Excellent. I mean, Stefan will lose both Scuttle Crabs, but Sayator died without TP, so he will
Yep.
lose a wave, and on Midland that could
Quite a lot of
hurt
XP as well.
Yeah, still excellent, abusing that little tempo. Thomas flashing in just for some cold damage, not really a kill angle. Now Collar did TP top lane, so he will probably try to shove this in, but still Septico is pretty healthy. So I feel like he can greed a bit. He did get a level up faster, and of course Stefan is hovering on top lane or his top side, so maybe if Color steps a bit too aggressively, he could get punished really hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, this huge wave is gonna be sent in.
Rise Roam? Coming in from behind, excellent, doesn't have flash, does have barrier, but this is a free route. I don't know if Camillus can follow up, he's pretty behind, flashes in, gets knocked up, and excellent. Will be taken down. Renata passive is very menacing, but they do get the kill, and now gank on Collar is the exactly was the problem, but he does manage to get out with
A
flash.
really good read there from Sayator, who decided like, oh well, I'm kind of down on XP, I'm kind of down on minions anyway, might as well roam.
Yeah.
Put my laners ahead, because so far it feels like Neon and Camillus didn't really have that good of a time here at bot lane. It felt like Yunara and Renata were just slowly running them down, chipping away at their HP. So, really good read there from Mouth Breeders, as they are looking to now kind of dive Septico.
Maybe he was too greedy, not backing and TPing to lane. He's so squishy. Oh, but he got the ult.
Yep.
So he doesn't get dived. And he is in a very nice lead now in top lane. Also has a TP. he's still staying. Caller backing, I'm sure he will cancel his bet. No, he'll lose another wave. Although it is the cannon wave, so he'll not lose that much. But still, now Septico.
Yeah, Thomas also now here on the mid lane.
Yeah, the Haze doesn't have that much mana. Thomas
He has exhaust.
wouldn't really do much. I feel like he just dies a few more basic attacks. No.
Yep.
He lives.
He did have heal in case it wasn't necessary to really pop it, but still he ended up saving both exhaust and heal for the next fight, which could also be really huge at bot lane specifically. And Neon, even with that kill donation, is just still struggling against Axland. It feels like Corky just can't really do anything, but it's going to be a dive here from Mafro. Will they be able to get it in time? They will not. It shall probably be a 1-for-1. He has now stacked Conqueror as he's slowly spinning away. Camillea's got here. It's going to be the heal that ends up saving him. That's going to be a 2-for-1, and now the Q from Rakan. Oh, what a play by Mouthbreeders. Another they ended up getting. Axland now stuck, rooted.
Oh, he didn't even find the kill on Mafro, and Sayatra just blasts him. This was such a terrible, terrible start of the game for Team Excellent. I mean, Mafro just played it beautifully. He got a kill pretty easily with his ult, and then stacking Conqueror. He does have a level advantage against Stefan, and of course, his passive also, healing him up. He just couldn't die. Stefan couldn't get his cooldowns back, and now 6-1 on the scoreboard. For Mouthbreeders.
Yeah, we'll see the replay here of that gank that ended up kind of costing Excellent, but in the grand scheme of things, this one kill didn't really cost them a lot, if you think about it, because while all of this was happening, Yunara was just absolutely beating Corky down in the side lane.
He was actually so unlucky he didn't get hit by the turret there, and of course Camillea's coming in last second with shield, with heal, clutching up, and Excellent couldn't even find the kill on Mafro.
Yeah, they sent Neon up top. He knows he can't really do anything in the matchup.
Yeah, full experimental X-Blade.
Now Qualler is going to be a bit rough for him to play into two ranged champions. He will be pulled back as Excellent is just slowly shredding him down. It seems like he wants to go in for more poke. You talked about just having Grasp, which is a really good short trade rune to have. But I still think that Neon should be a bit more fearful. Stefan, you're looking to get out of this one, had to pop the ulti to get somebody
Neon
away,
as
and
well,
Neon will be punished.
Yeah, he even used Barrier, but he still got demolished by the Crocodile with play the Steel Caps. I mean, there is no way Neon is taking him down. So a nice pick to maybe get something back. As a team collectively, they're not even that behind, as you would expect from 4 kill difference. Only 1 kill worth of gold.
Thor, that's a nice sidestep. He might be looking to complete this trade, and he will with another EQ. And now that Rise has his crystal, he has the Doran's ring, he has the deer, he's just going to be shoving those waves in, looking to ult or maybe TP somewhere, as he's already moving to help his jungler with the grubs, and that's going to be 2 potential objectives that Mouthbreeders end up claiming. Excellent is still slowly stacking here. He isn't really ahead in CS by much now because of the swap. Neon, if anything, ended up kind of getting farm back. And that's going to be Stefan with the flash to get away from Nocturne.
Yeah. And now Stefan being behind, and just overall early game against Nocturne, he's having such a hard time. Septico does get out of display, but they will still get so much damage. Now it's a turret race. Well, there are more members on the top side, and the wave is gone for Team Excellent, so...
Yeah, there's still way too many plates that they need to swallow up here on the top side.
But they do have 2 grubs, so it's definitely an easier job for Mouthbreeders.
Yep. The third one will be claimed, I think, by Nocturne, as he is returning to the pit now. Stefan, he was kind of fishing here, but Camilleus had to pop his ulti to get out of that situation, and now seems like it's going to be a bit of an invade onto those chickens. Really fast. You talked about how much the AD Assassins have an insane clear, and my god, did Kiana just delete those chickens?
Yeah. Just Riot Games loves putting such versatile, aggressive champions in the jungle. As I've said, they buffed Silas, his jungling. They've added bonus damage to Q on Kiana.
Yep.
Of course, Zed a while back with his passive against monsters being buffed. They just love it. Talon, bleed, dealing extra damage.
I mean, always before Worlds, Lee Sin gets buffed. Like, that's a tradition going for, like, what, 10 years now?
Really?
11, yeah. It's because they want to see him, because so many, like, big, iconic plays ended up happening because of Lee Sin. He's kind of like the, if you think about it, probably the first really big, expressive champion in League. So, they always want to see him available, and it's...
Yeah, I agree, and still, it's one of the hardest champions
Yep.
of the game.
And they effectively changed nothing. The kid is the same
Yep.
since, what, 2012, I believe, is when he got released. 2011, maybe. But, yeah.
So yeah, they really hit the note with a champ. Septico finding himself in a 1v4. He is pretty tanky this early on with his ultimate, but of course, 4 members, they did take him down pretty easily. Botlane turned out to its last plate, but of course, 4 members and the 3 grubs. Taking that turret was a piece of cake, and now they have secured the feats of strength.
Kohler did his job wonderfully, I will say. He's just chilling here in bot. He knows that every wave is going to be pushed. He's like, I'm just clearing these waves ASAP so they don't end up getting the first tower. And he is, so far, succeeding. Looking quite good. On his signature champion. Let's get a bit of a vision warfare here, as Camelius is taking care of wards. Stefan on the top side, and it does seem like Yunara and Syndra will be trading places here, and so does Renekton, looking to match Ambessa again. Does have that cleaver now, which is quite an interesting item, to say the least. Redemption also finished for both supports.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, 2000 gold in 13 minutes. It's a bit, but I don't think it's a game breaking. It's those plays Moth Breeders are making again. A lot of members hovering here on the bot side. Gets charmed, knocked up, and he just gets obliterated. Renata passive holds him, or the W gets him alive for a bit longer, but he dies anyways. And now Thomas stuck against 4 members. Excellent comes, he pushes out, but they will just blow him up. Upper flashes very aggressively. Excellent kiting, but Neon does finish him, and now Thomas, without summoner spells, gets taken down.
Yep. Okay, this
As
is
easy.
now gonna be a very dangerous Corki. The top side is also something that I wanted to mention because it was Kiana who was invading top side. So she was looking for maybe potentially blowing up Collar, but they still didn't end up doing it. But the consolation prize was, of course, getting that turret. Even though in the grand scheme of things, I'm really not sure if it was all that worth it because they ended up killing, what, 3 people here, and also getting that tower in the end. So once again, it feels like Mouth Raiders have just been kind of running this show now.
Yeah, I mean, they have all played it so nicely, like leveling all the damage done to them the same, like how do I say it, all of them being very low, nobody being taken down. They can just, they know their limits so well. Now Neon going so aggressively. Thomas with a ghost, does he find the root? I don't think he does. And Collar finds a beautiful ult on Stefan, gets knocked up, ult pushes back and manages to live, but no Mafro maybe gets straight, yep, he dies on the bot lane. But Sayatar comes, maybe find a kill, or at least get them off the tier 2. Neon is on the run, very aggressive play from Septico, they can't find him. Redemption heal is also very important, the sidestep is beautiful, the haste still can find him. Minions are now very dangerous, he needs to run away.
Oh
and he
my
lives.
god. It's like Mouth Breeders just keep living on like 20, 50, 70 HP. in almost every single interaction.
Yeah. Is it luck? Is it skill?
It's both. Honestly, it is
probably.
both because the redemption was perfect, the Rise sidesteps so good. But once again, there is a bit of a luck factor and involved, as always. Luck is a skill, as they
Yeah.
say. Third things
It's how
around
you
in your
use it.
favor.
So now about 2.5k gold for mouth breeders. They are trying to get this tier 1. It seems like they deal so much damage coming onto Axel and Camilius. Beautiful flash in. He just gets taken down instantly. Mafro coming in for the re-engage. Color also all 5 members of mouth breeders on mid lane. And now they can just melt the tier 2 as well. There is so much gold in their pockets. It opens up the map so beautifully, and they still have time to reset, to stop the split push that is happening on top side, so they will not lose anything. Sayator trying to find an angle on his ultimate, but the haste ran the other way. He does get out, but still Mafro invading, taking camps.
Yeah, they're not letting them have anything. Renekton now looking to maybe get some vision as he was slowly walking towards the jungle of mouth breeders, but ended up not really finding anything. And specifically the thing we kind of talked about is how rough the matchup for Neon was. And now he's basically been spoon-fed 4 kills, 3 assists, he's finished 2 items, Manamune is about to be stacked as well, so this Corki is gonna be hurting quite a bit. Not to mention Rise, also 2 items done. Same with Nocturne. It's these spikes are gonna be so big for them in the upcoming fights.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look at it go. 5 control words between the members of mouth breeders. And their macro is just so nice. Not sure how it can even come back. They have to do a very big mistake to allow Team Excellent to come back. They do found the pick on Neon. It was a nice bounty. The haste. The only person with a positive KD. Mafro flying into the back line now. Excellent gets speared. Beautiful connection with Colors ultimate, but they don't have enough damage, so they need to run away. Excellent trying to chase them down, but they will get away, so for now it's a 1-for-1. The Rift Herald will get turret.
They lost quite a bit of that free DPS, if you will, because Corki wasn't around. Sayatar now will be pulled into the entirety of Team Axelan as he's looking to just run around, buy some time so everybody else can get out of there. Seems like Collar was looking to, at the very least, eat a bit of that wave, or rather as much as he possibly can, still contesting it. But a small victory.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Well, they got 2 kills.
Yeah, 2 kills. Both of them have bounty on them. The bounty on the turret, mid lane as well, so now the lead has fallen to 1.5k gold, which at this stage is not that much. Second item finished for Excellent, also for the haste, for Stefan as well. Although he was bullied so much in this game, I feel like he wasn't allowed to do anything. He's behind in CS, he has a terrible score, he's still keeping up. Maybe at the third item he will actually be able to make an impact this game.
Well, it ain't looking good, but still, this can be brought back. Seems like Mouth Breeder's looking to get that dragon. That's gonna be the third, so soul point almost, which once again, I don't really think this is. It's not a bad soul by any means, but if you think about it, the only one who can really just go in and poke you down is probably the Syndra. Everybody else kind of needs to commit to that all in. Where I feel like, of course, the soul, the Ocean Soul is gonna be really good, where you get that regeneration going. So it's a solid soul, wouldn't necessarily say the best, but if they do end up like winning a fight and maybe just push to end the game, it's going to be quite big.
Yeah. The Arakan fight can for sure be very impactful for this game, as Mouth Breeders are ahead. If they do get it, will just make them snowball even harder. On the other side, excellent manages to grab it. It will make their comeback so much easier. The Haze splashes in, finds a beautiful peek on Neon, just obliterates him. TPs are coming down, both of them. Will they catch him? Rise ult is magnificent for this situation. Scholar finds a beautiful ultimate. Mapro coming in with the ult, and they do find the trade back. Now Thomas in a very bad position. Kiana finds a one-man ultimate. Is not what you need. There's just not enough damage coming in. Mapro just so low, still hanging by. Excellent. A lot of damage coming in, but he actually manages to find two members. Beautiful played by Excellent. I think after the haste, he's the one with the most damage in his team, so he's very, very important. But now, as a lot of members have died on each side, Arakan is going to be delayed for some time.
But honestly, I don't really know what happened there, because by all means, especially before this fight, there should have been a bit more opportunity to get a better fight going, especially now with that TP. And Corky this is like the second time I think he's been kind of caught in a fight. And that is a big damage component that you do end up losing. Sayator obviously being quite tanky, but not necessarily having the burst. It feels like they were just firing for 60 minutes and effectively just killing two people, as Mafro couldn't rejoin the fight, and Collar couldn't get on top of Excellent as Yunara just keeps dashing. But Mafro,
oh my god, the haze
got blown up there.
Yeah, he's just so strong. They're really underestimating him. I mean, Neon trying to 1v1 the haze. Now Mafro fallen victim again. Third item for the haze, and he can just TP back in. Now it's a 5v4.
Yeah, they might slowly but surely be actually throwing the game away, as the lead is basically dead even now at 23 minutes, and they've had like, what, 2,000 I believe? Something like that, 2,000. So the lead just consistently has been shrinking, and Team Excellent not really willing to bleed any further, but it more so feels that Mouthbreeders kind of kept making these mistakes, pulling the triggers way too early, and essentially overcommitting on some fights that they really shouldn't have overcommitted on.
Yeah, but now, thanks to the haste and Excellent, they have actually gotten rid of the lead that Mouthbreeders had. Now it's a completely even game. Could go either way. Mouthbreeders still do have the 3 Drake advantage. Arakan is still on the map, so...
Yep. Nobody really contesting it now either, even though Team Excellent is moving to get as much vision down as possible. Already kind of grouped up. Nocturne was on the other side of the map, so they could definitely use that opportunity to get a bit more vision on the bot side. Once again, Atakan has been pinged. No real revelation to any of these troubles has been shown. As now we are looking at a potential all-out brawl again. Color kind of going way too deep, could be punished for this. And now here we go, the trigger has been pulled. It's going to be the knock-up in the redemption, but she Zonya'd. And that's going to be the end of the haste in this fight. Now comes the counter redemption. Everybody's going to get healed, and they are going to slowly mow them down. The TP is good. It's going to be the stun. It's going to be a knock-up onto Excellent, and that should be a clean ace. Might even be the end as a minion wave is slowly coming.
Yeah, very unfortunate from the haste. He was by far the strongest member of his team. As we can see, he was close to getting a 4th item. And beautiful pick on him, definitely secured the win.
Maybe this was the 200 IQ plan of Mouthbreeders. 1v1 him twice, get him confident enough to step up, and then just blow him up. Maybe that was the plan they were going for. Either way, 25 and almost 25, so 25 minutes and 25 seconds, so quite a short game that we got here, as Mouthbreeders have proven their superiority in the first match of this best of 3.
Yeah, at the end of the day, beautifully played by Team Mouthbreeders, so we'll see what they will show us the next game, a completely new draft. Of course, these champions are now getting deleted in this series, so I think it's going to be a fun watch, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the champions that were picked in this match were a bit of like a sign of what's to come, I think we absolutely are going to be witnessing more bangers. So we'll be going on a small break, and we'll be back with game 2.
Now move your body, it's just a beat.
rightio. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry. Anyways, we're back. Match 2 on the horizon. Doesn't look that good for Team Excellent as far as the last match was concerned. So maybe they're looking to bounce back, do something more than they did in the last one, opting for that blue side now instead of the red one. So a bit of a reverse situation from the first best of 3 that we have seen here at the T-esports Championship. So do you want to take it away?
Yeah, I mean, they did put up a good fight last game, so now with a side of their choosing, maybe could be a potentially easier game to play for Team Excellent. They for sure are competent enough as they were in the finals on the last
Absolutely.
Esports Championship. Now maybe a lot of comfort picks are gone from both sides, so we'll see what will be picked out this time around. As I can see, you've written down color first champion Ambessa, so maybe it was a really strong cover pick for him. Now with that gone, he needs to be a bit more creative. All of the bans, I think, remain the same.
Yep.
Pretty much J4 Rumble.
Oriana has so far been keeping 100% ban accuracy, if I'm not mistaken, and so is Rumble.
Yep.
So, 2 quite interesting choices to be 100% pick or banned. We'll see though as the last ban here approaches for the end of the first phase bans. What's it gonna be? Still got some time to decide. Wukong. Quite a strong jungler currently.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the first pick is going to be. It's going to be the jungler. Again, Viego is open. Bai is open. Lee.
Caitlyn?
Especially as the first pick is very interesting. Actually, she has been banned in the last champ select in the second rotation, so it's very interesting to see her here, especially as the first pick. Especially as the champion that has not really been touched in pro play
For a while?
for, yeah, quite a while.
Yeah, it was the Caitlyn Lux that ended up being really annoying. Getting a lot of prior. Caitlyn Morgana as well, I think, is something that you would see quite often. So that just leaves you a lot more questions than answers. As another question just popped into my mind. Another champion that you don't really see often, Jhin. One that definitely is always good in the utility ADC meta. Of course, it's something that you will almost always see if Ashe is meta as well. So you want to get those stuns, you want to get those roots going. Also a lot of damage. Sion makes sense. It's a safe pick top, right? You can really, you scale well, you're a tank. I mean, you can do all you really need to do, even if you decide to end up proxying the entire game. So, not really anything out of the ordinary, and then it's gonna be Fiora.
Okay, yeah, a straightforward counter pick.
Yep.
On the top lane, definitely very, very annoying for that Sion, but I guess he can just sit back, scale. Depending on what the supports pick, I think Jhin will have to do the same. As of course Caitlyn does push the wave in much easier, does outrange, but a beautiful thing about the Jhin is he loves to just sit back and wait for 3-4 items. He doesn't really care. He can, even if he's behind, he can just sit back in the team fight, pop his ultimate and contribute, and the Vi has been picked by Team Excellent. So Fury yet again assassin in the jungle, this time around 4 Mauve Breeders.
Yeah, it's so weird because it almost feels like a wannabe snowball team comp, because if you think about mid game, Jhin being on like kind of those 2 items, he's still quite strong. The 4th shot obviously will hurt a lot of utility from his W, from his ultimate, from traps, even slowing people down and setting up that route kinda. And then the Fury it's kind of that early like start of mid-game access to just go bananas, to just go ham on one lane, maybe set somebody ahead, because Jhin, to me, it feels like he doesn't necessarily, as you've mentioned, need the help. He can just sit back, place his traps, W's the wave, and the traps will basically almost do the rest. If not, well, there's a Q. Sion, kind of the same thing. Doesn't necessarily need the help, doesn't really need that early kind of gank, because he's just going to be on an island, as they say. And especially in a matchup that's as favored towards the enemy as Fiora is generally in the Sion matchup, it's a bit of a, I wouldn't say out of place pick for me right now, but I think we need to see the mid laner to fully understand the way that this, I suppose, team comp is going to be played.
Yeah. We'll see. Talia Galio have been banned out by the Mouth Breeders. On the other side, LeBlanc and Ari. So with Syndra being taken out, as well as the Rise, Aurora. That seems like it's going to be the harbor here for Mouth Breeders. Now Team Excellent have the Victor, have the, I don't know, what else?
Victor's left Hui is technically
Hui,
left
yeah.
if you want to go for
Yeah,
range, especially with Caitlyn. That is a lot
I
of
agree.
range you
It
have.
can be very nice with Vi ultimate
Yeah.
in the combination. And now only the supports remain. Of course, Mouth Breeders on the red side do have that last pick and the counter pick on bot lane, which is really important as Caitlyn can be very dangerous if she snowballs. So I think support is going to be very, very important, and it's the Nico that somehow slips through the ban
Yeah.
phase.
Unnoticed.
Yeah, and Karma is the response with a shield for poke, with the move speed.
I think Nico turned into Orianna, and Orianna got banned, so it was like, okay, now I can just be Nico. And it ended up being picked. But Aurora, I do like, I will say, but there is a really big concern for me in this entire team comp, and that's leveraging range. The only thing you really have that can shoot across the map is basically Jhin. If he doesn't build RFC, he's gonna have a really rough time, because if he walks forward, it's gonna be a Vi ult, it's gonna be a Nico route or a Nico ult. Maybe she just flashes on top of him. On the other hand, Karma will definitely provide a bit of move speed, so of course a bit more maneuverability is quite good for this team comp. But the amount of range, and then you still have Hui, who can fear your engage, who can potentially nuke you if you're not really ready or waiting for it, and the follow-up from like the Caitlyn Vi, which is quite disgusting. Of course, if you just hold somebody, there's a trap beneath you, and that's like a 3 headshot combo immediately. I am quite concerned for Mouth Breeders with just the lack of range.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but and also the I feel like the Team Excellence problem is how squishy their team comp is. They have 0 tanks. Only one tank is the Vi and the Fiora, but I feel like if they somehow push through the late game, if they got to late game, of course, Fiora does scale very well, but I feel like Sion is going to be such a big problem. If Fiora doesn't manage to stick to him, to proc all 4 vitals, to do a lot of true damage, there is no one really to do that much damage to him, and he's going to be such an important frontline, which I feel like Team Excellence team doesn't have. So if they just misstep a tiny bit and Mouth Breeders find a good engage, they can just blow them up.
No, 100%.
So I feel like snowballing is going to be very, very important here for Team Excellent, and Fiora's split push also to accelerate to snowball, to not have the 5v5 as with Vi, you somehow want to play more for picks, and of course with Nico, you have the Caitlyn ult, the Hui, UW snipe.
Yeah. I mean, like, Hui ult and Nico ult, it feels like almost, well, not necessarily covered the same ground, but I feel like if you just ult whoever Nico ults, you're gonna hit like 3 or 4 people there. So the wombo combo potential is once again really good on the side of Team Excellent. So,
Although you've commented how short-ranged are Mouth Breeders, I'm surprised Excellent didn't opt for Little Tempo, especially with that Sion in the front line. I feel like you can just stack it up so easily and do a lot fleet is something you would want into heavy ranged, heavy poke, team comps, and engage coming in from Mafro, forcing Stefan to flash. He also used his flash. They're the same CS, they're still fighting for the Gromp, and Mafro manages to take it away. Now it's a 1v1 and Mafro wins. First blood for Mouth Breeders. Very, very nice invade. Got the Gromp, got the kill.
Yeah, and that is a crucial pick because you specifically talked about how snowballing is going to affect the rest of the match.
Yeah.
And just having the Fury already be first blood, stealing an enemy's Gromp, going back to her jungle, probably going to at least finish this full clear, go back, and oof, wherever she goes, it's definitely going to hurt. The fourth shot there hurts as well, though.
Yeah,
and that's going to have to be a
down,
heal.
So.
Yep.
It's such a funny invade because Mafro started with the Raptors and then came to invade on Gromp, so he managed to win without a buff. Goes to show how much stronger his champion is. Early game with those dogs biting.
Yep. 100%, as we do see a lot of aggressive trades on mid as well. About the same HP. A bit more mana for Sayatar though.
Actually, Color is doing decent here.
Oh, that's a nice electrocute proc. He will just slowly walk away. Doesn't seem like a freeze will be set up as Jin is still walking slowly towards that lane. Camilius might be looking to the very least cancel the recall, so they can kind of have that boots advantage, which still works really good for Jin, so... Septica now, just trading away, but yeah, you said it, Color is just doing wonderful.
Yeah, and his the thing with Sion Qs and Fiora W is something like Jax E, and Fiora W it's a bit of a mind game. Will the Sion pop it early for damage, or will he wait for the knock-up? And it seems like Color is doing very, very well with those mind games. Out-trading Fiora is not something you would expect, especially without items, maybe Bramble West or a lot of armor. It would go at Sion's side, but for
Yeah,
now,
and I mean also there's Grasp, so he just walks up, bonks you, deals so much damage, and of course
yeah, but he's
Kyo-
getting ganked. Nope.
Really?
Still out of vision.
Oh, but here comes Mafra as well. I think he spots him now. Yeah, the pings are slowly coming through. I don't think Vi wants any of this. Mafra now. Oof, he misses the Kyo, so he might actually get mowed down. That was quite an early W, but the dogs have been spawned. There's another Grasp bonk for Sion as he's slowly stacking that HP.
Yeah, I mean, 0 mana also for him. He's just so confident. He does trades, Mafro runs into the haste, and it seems like it's going to be a pretty easy kill. Sayator is still not close enough. And excellent. And Neon both take a lot of damage. Also Camille is very low. Thomas is so aggressive as the full HP Nico. Both flashes remain for both of the bot laners. So it's not looking like a dive. Thomas is trying to cheese them out, but it doesn't seem like he finds that much damage.
Oh, there goes an all-in from Sayatar. I think that should be enough. No, okay, it still will. That is good, but Stefan is looking to bring it back. Mafro now, looking to save his teammate. Doesn't seem like he'll make it in time. At the very least, if he gets this, he'll be happy with it. And overall, we 2 for 1 maybe? No? No! He makes it out of there!
Yeah, that is so unfortunate for Mafro. He will shove the wave out for Sayator, but the haste will catch most of the minions. And actually Color got baited by Thomas, cosplaying as a low HP Caitlyn, and forces the flash for really no reason, so...
That just happened, I
yeah,
suppose.
Nico can fool even the best of the players, so it's always very, very funny.
Bamboozle champion.
Yeah, see the champion in action.
Plate has been gained. Gold is well, basically that even. It's like, what, 60, 50 up? They're quite close to each other. Septico now stuck between a rock and a hard place as Camilius is moving here. The W will be bopped, but here comes the W of Jin, slowly rooting him now. Fourth shot has been used. The Vital's also available to proc, but the Q And the move speed of Fiora is going to be enough to make it out of that situation as well. And that's like the two places where you would feel that maybe Melt Raiders could have pulled a bit more resources.
Oh, excellent. Taking 2 turret shots there. Very, very bad.
Yeah.
By him. No.
Gotta go
Dropping
back.
very low, yeah, but they will swap again.
Kinda lucky that Sion doesn't have ult
Yeah.
there. They just completely mow him down. Stefan has been spotted as... Well, mid has just basically been a poke game.
Yeah, they're looking to pick him off. Stefan is smelling something's going on here. So it seems like he will get away. Some damage will be dropped from Mafra, but not quite enough. Now the air has settled, or the dust, as the gold lead is almost non-existent. It's only like a 1 kill worth of gold. 2-2 on the scoreboard. Not a single objective yet to, taken
Yep,
by
8
either of the
minutes in,
teams. Grubs have now been started by Mafro.
Yeah, he's gonna have
He's
to backflip
outnumbered.
away.
Yep. And Stefan actually managed to steal that 1 grub, so he doesn't get any of them. Which is very, very unfortunate, as Team Excellent now have a 3-0 lead grubs.
Yep. Fiora, though, since Septico did decide to, of course, rush that Tiamat, he can just perma-shut those waves in. Does seem like it might even be solo bolo. Stefan ended up flashing here with the ult connecting. That should be a free pick. The haste won't need to go any further. Seem like Neon is going to be just slowly poked down here with the ultimate of Caitlyn, or in this case, Axlant. And this, I feel like this is kind of how we started last game as well. It was Team Axlant kind of in the early game driving seat, but then things ended up kind of turning around, and there we go, that's EW connecting, but the barriers will slowly be popped. We will see if Neon will make it out alive. He flashed it though. Scorch, I'm not really sure if it kept going. Mafro looking for that dive, will be good on it as he just W's to safety. The untargetability is just,
Yeah.
that's just kind of busted, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful played by Malfoy. There's also Neon limit testing to the fullest, trading HP with excellent as much as he can. And at the end of the day, they got 2 kills. Color is doing
I don't know how!
much better than I thought in this matchup. I mean, it is not that straightforward for Fiora, that she can just run him down. There is the slow with E, with Q, the knock-up.
Yeah, and I mean, Sion has just been perma-stacking Grasp, and with, of course, him having Bramble, it's always going to be a bit of a, I wouldn't necessarily say it bad thing, but it's still quite rough. The dive, I think, should be quite easy here.
Well,
Waller.
Septico almost got the ult off. Actually,
Yeah.
would have been a nice outplay there, but
Yeah, the ulti was whiffed, and then everything else was just kind of sloppy there, so they
Yeah.
definitely gave him an opportunity to try and do something. But now, 5-3. We talked about it specifically just a few moments ago.
Excellent.
The ult will have to be blocked by Camillus. But it's the early game of Axlant that's quite good, and then it all just backfires.
yeah, the haste solo bolo on the mid lane. It's 1 and 3, Seator. Not what you want to see when your jungle is doing this good. Yeah. And your top laner. Now Team Excellent find something for themselves. They actually take the lead on their side. Those grubs coming handy with taking those plays. TP coming Mafra also from the river. Excellent, could be in a bit of a pickle, but actually the ulti gets cancelled off Mafro. The Sayator gets completely obliterated. At the end of the day, it was a bad TP. Mafro very low. He gets taken down. Double kill for the haste. Camillus 1 HP. Vey pulls him in. They don't manage to find him. Excellent doesn't have the ult available. Neon
Okay, Stefan playing with his life there. Fourth shot now. Will be used on the minion, but I don't really know how it ended up working out so badly for them, because the second that Nafuri's ultimate kind of got cancelled, that's where everything just flipped on its head. Neon now being a bit too comfortable maybe in this 2v1. Scholar is just, well, slowly taking rid of those plates as a Scion usually does. But yeah, I thought that that fight at top lane would definitely suit Mild Raiders a bit more. Ended up completely working out in Team Axelan's favor, so we shall see how they end up kind of capitalizing on this small victory and already being about 1,000 gold up. Yeah, with the Sunfire, he just has so much HP now.
Yeah, and now he has also a great wave clear, so I think he'll do very nicely against stopping the Septico split push. And just one shot wave, Stefan running away from Conqueror. Sphere dodges the damage, but the haste is so strong currently and excellent. We have seen him just doing half HP with one single combo to Neon. I don't feel like Jin can do that yet. I think he needs more items. Humus is the first item, so it's going to delay his crit.
Yeah, but I still think it's kind of a good thing, because specifically we talked about just the lack of range and having the move speed from Humus and then being also move speed buffed by Karma. I think it actually proved quite handy in this situation. Also the lethality, because specifically the thing you mentioned in Champ Select is how squishy they are. So having that lethality for just that fourth shot could be quite useful.
And Team Excellent gets the first turret, securing them the of strength.
I think they want to grab this shutdown. I don't know how you get rid of the haste now. The Fury is moving towards bot. It seems like Hui has read the play. The haste moving, and so is Vi. They're looking to take this turret and then just kill him.
Yeah, but Stefan is coming in to help. This Fiora is healing so much, and at the end of the day, Mob Breeders get punished completely. They did get the turret, but two members now down.
Another trigger pulled too early. I think there was just no need for that, because you don't really know where anybody else on the map is. Hui has just basically gone MIA from mid. So you could potentially expect them to read that play. Maybe you stepped on a ward. I think I definitely think that the correct play was just take the turn and run away and have the Fury kind of cover Scion with his grand escape. And now things are slowly but surely looking rougher by the second for Mouth Breeders. Redemption will slowly fall here. Neon still fishing, still trying to find something, and Caitlyn didn't really end up going for that big damage build. She ends up going Yuntals, which then kind of begs the question that you kind of asked before, didn't you just want to kind of go lethal?
But yeah, but I mean, it is much easier to play into their comp with Fleet, of course. Trading with Jin, then getting Fleet away. Also to kite maybe Karma's W. Yeah, actually moves with the haste. Does deal damage to Scion, but now he has 0 mana, and now Thomas.
Yeah, Scion does end up flashing.
Yeah, forcing him to flash, but I don't know how much damage that would really do to that tanky Scion. Straight up chilling. 3 members were bot lane and they just can't dive him. He's so tanky now. They are making counterplay mid lane, getting that tier 1. Spines are rude, but he needs to escape, and the Sayator's so much burst damage coming in, they just one-shot him. Definitely not a position you want to find yourself in.
Yep, absolutely. That was a good play for Mouth Breeders, Mouth Breeders, and I feel like it's been a while before we said that sentence.
Yep.
Because every single play they've kind of tried on the map has been, well, backfiring, honestly. And even now, they got the grubs. Look at this. Mafro just gets caught. I don't think he's gonna even get one, and that's like another free donation, and he was so ahead, he was 3-1.
Yeah.
3-4 now. So it feels like they just keep overextending, not really lifting the foot off the gas pedal. And that's kind of biting them, because if you keep pushing on the gas but end up hitting a tree.
Oh, Thomas, beautiful ultimate. They will find a peak on Sayator. A lot of damage also coming in from Color with a combination of Neon. Stefan is pretty low, but now comes in the Septicos TP. He just flashes in for the double kill. Color finds the kill back. Double kill for him as well. He will get out as how tanky it is, but it's still a 3-4-2 for Team Excellent. Just for a moment I felt like Mouth Breeders had a nice angle to make a counter initiative. Now Stefan going in full confidence against Mafro, but they will just hold back down. But at the end of the day, it was Septico's TP that saved the play, and Team Excellent are still ahead, are still snowballing, which I think is very, very important for their team. Yeah, that was beautiful. Reach in, just one-shot Sayator. Beautiful play by Color in the backline, but now Pure TP, she just one-shot Neon with the haste combination.
Yeah, but this thing I feel like is kind of the sentiment that I was touching upon before the entire fight broke out, and it's Mouth Breeders. I don't know if it's the momentum from last game, or if they're just worried that they're gonna get outscaled, so they just want to keep doing these plays, never stopping. But it's kind of the same analogy that I just did a few minutes before, and it's if you keep your foot on the gas pedal and you do not steer it anywhere, you're just gonna hit a pole, you're gonna hit a tree, and that's what Team Excellent it basically is at this point. The ult here will be popped as Mafro is slowly moving away from the river.
Yeah, but Septico is 3 level up on Mafro. Maybe he finds an angle to one-shot him. He does have his ultimate. Still, the healing so much without Tormails procced. And it seems like he will just get out.
Yeah, Mafro missed both Qs, so that's quite unlucky. I feel like in a lot of these fights specifically, he's been really missing, and now Stefan already pulling that trigger again as they are looking to dive them between the Tier 2 and the inhib turrets. Not even letting them breathe. This feels like Team Excellent is completely in control.
Yeah, an Excellent, not even a flash in this game. He deals so much damage still to that Jhin, just obliterated him, and Stefan's ult there to finish off the kill, and they're doing so nicely. 6.5k gold lead, more than 2 full items. Now the Haze finishing second item, 18 Magi stacks.
Yeah, the Hui is... yeah, it's a nuclear option.
Yeah, now IE for Excellent, if he does great with a headshot. Dunzo, yeah.
Yeah, on the other side though, things aren't really looking so great. 2 items are only completed on 2 members, and it's the Scion with Thornmail Sunfire, and it's Nafiri, who is quite ahead. Mafro, I feel like, has just been having a bit of a... well, not really a bit of a... he's been having a rough game. Because with the way he was so ahead early, we genuinely thought that, okay, there's going to be a snowball angle, especially from the Fury. But seems like he kind of lost his footing, slipped a little bit, and hasn't really recovered from falling since. Level 11 versus level 12, and you've already talked about it before, just being so many levels below these solo laners now on the side of Team Excellent, especially with the way that Hui has been doing, and now they even took the Drake. That's going to be Soul Point. Looks like a fight might potentially break out. The DP has been used. Unstoppable from Scion as the ulti is popped. So much damage onto him as they're looking to burst him down. That's going to be nice Aurora ultimate, but no follow-up virtually. Everybody's just getting slowed and mowed down. No options to be had. Every single member is dead, and that's going to be an Otacon as well for Team Excellent. And I think they're not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, now with almost 10k gold ahead, getting the Atacon, I think they can do a lot of now material damage to their base. Getting inhib maybe. It is fine to get it this early on, as Baron is in 3 minutes. So they will still have it.
Won't have time, I think, yeah, because everybody's slowly respawning.
But still, tier 2 top lane, tier 3 mid lane now, that inhibitor is open. But yeah, I mean, they're just so weak. This Aurora is 3-7 or 2-7, just not enough damage.
They're just virtually untouched.
Yeah, Sion, the only engage, of course, the Fury is also very, very hard to play alone. And Jin is still so weak, he can really just be useful with his ultimate. He's not really yet strong enough to just run up, kill someone with 2 or 3 basic attacks. He's still very, very behind.
And I feel like, yeah, definitely the biggest issue is something we touched upon. It's, unfortunately, it is the range. Just the amount of work that it takes for, like, Sion to go in. By the time Sion went in, he had half HP. And everybody else has slowly been singled out. Even now, Camilius has been kind of caught here in the jungle. Seems like there are 2 fights happening at the same time. Neon looking to help his teammate out. Will be a bit late for that, as it does seem like Stefan is going to be happy with this big D-haste. Could potentially be mowed down. No, it's Thomas who flashes forward. That's a double knock of Aurora. Looking to do some damage onto the backline. Ulti has been popped, but D-haste, even with this shield, he is just unstoppable. Nobody can really harm him. And it feels like if they come too close, they get annihilated and they can't fight at range, so they are just given no chance.
Yep.
23 minutes is gonna be the time, I believe, that this match will end. So another quickie. We've had 25 and now we're 23. So both matches were kind of stomps in their own respective ways. But Team Excellent, they drafted well. They absolutely executed their plan to near perfection. And even though at times it feels like maybe some members ended up being kind of singled out, be it in jungle, of course that level 1 was quite unfortunate, maybe even the bot lane took a few quite risky trades, but it still ended up happening just the way that it was kind of intended for the game plan. Sion goes in, oof, half HP, we don't have engage. They can't fight us at range. If they get too close, we blow them up. And by that point, they were like, I didn't really catch how much gold they were ahead, but I believe it was probably like 10,000 or something. So it was a wallet slap, it was a range slap, and they just didn't really give them any options. So once again, that was really good from Team Excellent. So they are bringing this all the way to the final match of the best of 3 to see which one of these teams are going to go to the playoffs.
Yep.
But before we see it, we'll be taking a small break.
Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lamp on a jet cutting me. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got the dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lamp on a jet cutting me. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, she got the dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention.
We are back
Yep.
into the third and final game of the last series of the day between Team Excellent and Mouth
Yep.
Breeders.
We do see the previous picks of the game. The first one, a bit of a sweep from Mouth Breeders. The second one, a bit of a sweep from Team Excellent. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because I feel like the biggest aspect of this final match, I think, is going to be the mental one. Like, who bounces back better, because definitely Team Excellent is now slowly riding that momentum since they did end up winning the previous match. The bans are kind of the same, I would argue. Azir is there. Poppy is new. That is a new thing that's happening here. German Wukong, we've basically seen it. Of course, since Mouth Breeders lost, they immediately went back to the blue side. So they are a team that prefers the blue side, and it's same with Team Excellent. So we'll see what the final two bans are.
Yeah, we'll see. As they are on the blow side, I really like the Poppy ban. If they do first pick strong engage support, something like a Rel or a Nautilus. So we'll see what they will pick out. Obviously, she is banned because she's menacing as a counter pick to such champions again: Oriana, Azir, Rumble, J4, Wukong.
It's
Pretty much the same.
the standard
Yeah.
at this point. That's what it feels like, because all of these bans, I feel like, have just been prevalent completely in like every single match that we cast today. The exception, I think, being Poppy was kind of, yeah, well, it exists. But since it's map 3, and if you do want to commit to like a full dive comp, Poppy's going to be really, really oppressive. So that first pick is going to end up being the Talia. Not something out of the ordinary, definitely for mouth breeders. I do believe it's one of his most played champions, and also a good thing to take away as well, just to not really have the option of having once again that safe poke, because in the last match they were just so outranged that they couldn't walk up, and if they walked up they would get blown up. So this time around they're kind of switching it up a little bit. They're having a bit of a safer scaling artillery mage-ish who can also roam really well. A bit of like, if Rise is so good, why isn't there a Rise 2? And boom, Rise 2 exists now. So the answer to that is going to be Ezreal, which I quite like, because you can jump over the wall with your E. So in a fun, creative way, it's an accidental counter pick, even though you probably didn't really pick it just specifically for Talia. Xin is also a jungler that we've seen banned. He has also been really consistently good for like 5 to 6 years now. On the other hand, the answer to Xin in the jungle might just be the Pantheon. Another really good champion who loves ganking with his ultimate, has insane 1v1s early on. If he goes for PTA, he immediately procs it upon using that W. Sivir also is quite good. I quite like her, especially into Ezreal, because it feels like if there's like a big ulti or maybe a Q that would kill you, you can block that. You both scale really well, but if Ezreal misses his initial combo, I feel like Sivir just mows him down with his ultimate. Her ultimate.
Yeah, a lot of interesting picks coming in here. Ezreal, I feel like just such an inconsistent champion, as he relies on damage from his abilities rather than basic attacks. Sivir is just so straightforward. You click on someone, you press W, you ultimate for your team. It's going to be very, very interesting, especially this Pantheon, as they have banned out Poppy, could maybe go support even. Most likely jungle, but I feel like they can definitely put him on support, as
It's like a
Ezreal
flex.
can't really counter him that much. Even if he is his W, he will still get stunned.
Yep.
So Sivir can maybe finish the job or set up the stun for his jungler. Now Ari picked out with Xin, I really like, as they do have a very nice pick potential. But Ari and Xin have to be very, very careful about this Talia. They both have picked into Talia. Talia counters both pretty harshly. Maybe Ari not so much, as she can just keep at range, but Zinzao, as he needs to jump into Talia, it's very, very hard if she just presses that E.
Yep, I agree, 100%. And it's gonna be supports.
Yeah, so
Four
much
of them.
supports banned
Four
out.
of them get banned.
Yeah.
Nautilus Leona on the side of Team Excellent, and Alistar and Rel on the side of Mouth Breeders. So quite a few supports have been banned out.
Now
and
this actually makes sense with Ezreal, as Bard just wants to roam around the map. Ezreal
absolute cinema.
is by far the safest ADC that can be put in a 1v2 situation, as he can just last hit from such a long range, has that E, and he builds Trinity as his first item, making him a bit tankier than usual ADC. So Blitzcrank on the other side, I'm not sure I love it. Maybe into Bard, but into Ezreal can just for free counter Blitzcrank. Even if the hook connects, he can just still E back and
Yeah, personally, I'm not. I wouldn't even say I'm not a big fan. I dislike the Blitzcrank pick here because it feels like if you hook Zin, there's a potential for Zin to just insect somebody. If he just like flashes forward, maybe he pulls somebody back into the team. If you hook Ari, who has 3 dashes, it isn't really going to be that big of a difference. But if you hook somebody and the Bard ultimate lands, well, you just effectively kind of did nothing because everybody else can just go in. So Blitzcrank to me just feels really out of place. Xante, I do understand. I quite like him, especially on that frontline part. If you wanted to go for like a tankier support or something like that, I get it. But I don't really think, especially with Sivir, because at this point you already kind of have Talia, who does occasionally build Rod and Seraphs, so she can be quite tanky as well while clearing these waves. You have Pantheon with his empowered E, so he just basically gets dealt 0 damage. You have Xante with so many resistances. This genuinely could have been, I feel like, one of the rare instances where an actual enchanter would have done quite well to round out the entire comp, because Pantheon is not really gonna do that much damage later into the game. Xante, of course, same thing. So I feel like you kind of want to buff the Sivir, who's gonna be doing most of the damage with the Talia. So I would have personally loved to see maybe a Lulu here, maybe even like a Melio in case that you need that cleanse. But yeah, Blitzcrank being really the only thing I was kind of iffy about in this entire pick and ban.
Yeah, but the one thing Blitzcrank does well against their comp is denying Zin to be a frontline later on with his ultimate, as he can just jump to a frontline target, proc his ultimate. Blitzcrank can just then hook him into his team so they can actually deal damage to Zin. That's one thing. Of course, in the lane, Bard can be punished if he steps a bit too far.
But will Bard be in lane that much?
Yeah, probably not.
So that's another thing, especially with like Bard specifically being a very known roam champion. Just like level 3, he's already top lane, collecting every single chime on the map. That's specifically another thing that, since you've already picked Ezreal, who's so safe in lane, I feel like having the option to kill him sure is good, but I feel like when it gets to Blitzcrank just hooking him, he just ease away. It's not gonna be happening. So you have Sivir, who's also a safe AD carry. So at that point, I feel like this Blitzcrank is either just gonna be also perma roaming, or will just have no value at all.
Yeah. We'll see how they play it out. Bard just full aggressive build with Ignite, with Electrocute.
Yep.
It's going to hurt a lot for sure.
And especially late game, because 90% of the time I've seen Bards just go like Blood Song, so they just smack you and it just deals a ton of damage. I don't really know what the build is at this point. I think it was Dead. It used to be Deadman's and like, what was it after Deadman's? Was it like, I think it might have even been like RFC. So I've seen some crazy shenanigans on Bard, so I would love to see Thomas kind of evoking that. We shall see though. Camillus did spot Bard there, but the move speed is just too much for him to do anything. So no hook landed, and now he's kind of starting out the lane with quite a bit of mana missing. As we do see that it costs quite a bit of mana to throw that hook. Thomas was looking for an opening there onto Neon, trying to stun him, connect that stun to the wall. But nothing of the sort has happened. He's just leveraging his range now, but this is the part where he probably needs to be the most careful about just getting hooked under tower by Blitzcrank.
Yep, for sure. And also, oh, actually, find a bit of a hook, but the level 2 advantage, actually, he does deal a lot of damage to Neon.
That was quite close to the turret, so I think had he actually been pulled all the way, that would have been a kill there. Especially with the Ignite that Blitzcrank is running. The wave has been shoved in. The level 2 advantage, as you've said, has been huge here. as Excellent is just slowly free firing. The action on mid is kind of interesting as well. Talia has quite a few CS less, as she is still looking to maybe get prio for Pantheon. We do see both junglers are now on the bottom side of the map. They've all done their respective top clears, so we might see a fist fight on bot lane, which means that top laners have been left to their own devices.
Yeah, very nice trades coming in from Septico. I really like the Aatrox pick here. Has such solid, not really front line, but a decent gauge against Pantheon, against Xante. He can definitely outperform them in an all-out fist fight. Later on with his ultimate and Conquer, he will just not die if he doesn't get comboed by Talia or just basic attack by Neon the whole fight.
Yeah, still trading on top. Nothing else really going on as Pantheon slowly hovered on mid. Kind of went past, sent his regards. Stefan now looking to get that kill, and he will. That is a nice thing going for them, especially this early, getting rid of, well, Sivir.
Yeah, it's such a classic Bard play. It's very funny when Bard leaves lane, it doesn't really give you an opportunity to just go in. TP coming in, but Camillus just kills. The Bard, the lane swap is coming as Septico is a bit stronger against Collar, so they will just swap out the Xante.
I mean, Camillus just said left, right, good night.
Yeah.
That was an uppercut and a half.
Yep. But yeah, such a classic Bard play. He leaves lane, you think, okay, we can punish Ezreal, but it's actually, he's waiting for his junglers to tunnel into the lane, and it's such a free gank every time. Septico TP's bot lane, so both of the teams are going to do swap bot. Of course, Thomas running around the map, nice damage there, but the haze dropping low on mana. Camillus now for the counter roam. Thomas dropping very, very low, still has his flash. Still waiting on for you to use it, but he does flash away. Now the haze is going to struggle with wave as he has no mana. Seattle is doing fine with his tier. Of course, he does have the TP advantage, so just take those minions that have been shoved and TP back to lane.
Good on Camillus, especially because he kind of realized the important thing, and that's to just not let Bard completely outroam him. He was there when they needed him, and now he's on top. Excellent. It's a bit of a rough patch for him now, as he's just gonna be sent flying. There's gonna be a flash. What an outplay there by Excellent. He somehow ends up getting it, and in this situation, a 1-for-1, not even that bad.
Yeah, beautiful play. The little tempo on Ezreal coming in clutch. He did have both the summoners advantage on Neon. Neon didn't have any summoners, but yeah, he played it just very, very nicely. I was about to comment, like, why is he money-banning that Sivir? She's just going to destroy him, but very, very nicely played. And of course, Camillus got the kill on Excellent, so Neon didn't really get a lot in return. Now the Drake has fallen so low, but Stefan just gets obliterated, so it's Macro that's going to take that Drake for his team. Third kill has been dropped for Mouth Breathers, securing defeats of Warfare.
Yeah, even the level 6 scrap here on bot lane from the top laners. Collar tried to pull him back there with the Q3, but once again, none of that shall be happening. Still, overall, a good thing that happened for Mouth Breathers. They got the Drake in the end. So they can definitely kind of weave that into the entire...
Septico.
Guess Camillus just TP top. All the spellbook shenanigans, they always deliver. Neon ends up getting mowed down by a Bard, and that's specifically the thing we kind of mentioned before. It's like the Bard who has Electrocute, Ignite, and once he gets those meeps going, he's just going to be able to kind of run you over without you even expecting it. And I feel like around the Level 7 to 11 mark is where Bard kind of becomes the most dangerous because he just runs around the map. He kind of gets rid of like a quarter even of your health by himself. So even on those roams, he is quite deadly.
Yeah, now with the Chain Vest, it's a defense against most of the team of Mouth Breeders. Only Seator on has the AP damage in his team. So that Bard can just trade the Pantheon, the Seaver, and get out scot-free. Seator might be in trouble. He has beautiful flash charm. Seator didn't even have time to react. Of course, he didn't have flash. And it was a beautiful pick. Now the kill lead is on Team Excellent. And it looks like they're going to grab those grubs pretty much for free. Seator, actually, his TP is coming up soon. Nice shuriken by Neon, Excellent, almost dropping to half HP. So actually they grab two grubs. Have to leave the last one to Mafro. Yeah, but still.
That's okay. Yeah. They are going to be quite happy with that. Septico looking for that Q1. None of the sort shall be found as Talia now slowly pinging. I'm not sure if they were pinging for a potential dive top onto Bard, but yeah, now a lot more pings are happening. It seems like they want to shove this wave in. No TPs available though on the side of Team Excellent, so that wave will be shoved in quite nicely. Silver also might even get a plate out of this. Color once again being quite aggressive here. Septico will return the favor with a W and a basic. This fight slowly still kind of ends up going into Aatrox's favor. He has the bot, he has the passive healing from that stabby thing he does. So, quite a good thing all around for him. Xante does have that TP, so we'll be back in a jiffy.
Yeah, no objectives currently on the map, so it seems like both of the teams have taken a chill pill for now. Excellent and Neon still in a 1v1 situation. Excellent a bit more ahead XP wise, and it seems like gold wise as well. He does have the barrier advantage on Neon, so he can afford to play more aggressively. Very nice trade there on Neon. Thomas is working from behind. Neon doesn't make any more damage from Excellent, but Camillus is coming to his rescue, so Thomas needs to extract.
Yep. Gold lead though, not really that big. 700, basically what 2 kills worth. Not necessarily that big a deal. The only thing I feel like it kind of has a big impact on is of course who spikes earlier. And in this case, Sivir is already happy with that Essence Reaver. On the other hand, it seems like the Sheen has been picked up for Ezreal. 2 longswords, of course, still stacking that tier. Is 20 CS up though, so he is going to be quite happy with the position he's in. There's a Phage now in his wallet as well. As we do see a bit of a brawl going on here at the top lane. Color probably not the happiest, but does have the support of his minions, who are dealing a lot of damage now. As a lot of pings are happening, there's going to be a TP from Talia as well. Seems like they are slowly pinging towards the Bard. The Drake has spawned, so it might be a fight they want to take. Ari does have that TP available to her, but she's already on mid, so no resets will really be found, as Camillus is just sitting on that ward looking for somebody to walk in. The hook lands. Is going to be a knock-up, but it's also going to be a counter-ult now, as they are slowly jumping on top of Pantheon. A double ultimate there from Thomas. He lines them up beautifully. Meanwhile, Seator in a 1v1 versus D-Haste. Things are kind of going... are being quite hectic now. It's like 7 fights at the same time. Seator also gets picked off. It's like everything happened in 20 seconds and the camera just went here, here, here.
Yeah, very nicely played there by Thomas. So unfortunate for Seator that the very, very good trade or the good 1v1 he had done had cost him his life actually. He's got away with low HP, and the position Seattle took gave Stefan the opportunity to take him down. So now Team Excellent have built up a small lead of 2000 gold, 2.3k even. Stefan currently being very, very strong, as is Excellent. Marfro very aggressive ult. Didn't find anything. Neon still struggling against Excellent. Beautiful flash Q. He's 1 HP. The basic isn't enough.
But it's Bard's basic who is.
Yeah. And 0-4 Neon really struggling in this game. Not that big of a problem for his champion, as he's very, very strong. Late game will outscale Ezreal, but the problem is, how can Team Excellent use this to snowball the game? As Excellent is very strong now, only 9 more CS to stack his call.
Out of the 3 kills that Mouthbreeders have, 2 are on Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
And that is quite, I feel like, a rough thing. Because, like, how are you supposed to enable Sivir to kind of start slowly scaling D-Haste? Oh, that's a nice ultimate, a nice silence, even a hook, but the second it expires, Ahri, of course, can just dash away. No issue, as Thomas is now slowly raining, well, raining hell, as they say. 3-1-3 does have that dead man, so now I'm wondering if it's going to be a Lich Bane or if it's going to be an RFC.
Neon idea, I mean, is under the Bard ult. Excellent is so aggressive and so much stronger than Neon. He's just running him down.
Yep.
0 and 5. Very, very bad position for Neon.
Yeah, this might just be a nice, good old situation that they called a mental boom. Just convincingly winning the first match and then kind of convincingly losing the second, and now you're 0-5. It probably feels unplayable to him now, even though, as you've said yourself, the scaling aspect of Sivir is always a good thing to have. So you gotta rely on Sivir to kind of get you to the win in those late game scenarios. But how do you get to the late game scenarios? Because it feels like just Team Excellent has been all over the place, and in every single fight that they had, they ended up on top. Every single play that they've made, like be it top, bot, mid, it always ends up kind of working out in their favor more. There's going to be a hook and it lands. It's going to be a nice combo there onto Bard. 1v1, 1-for-1 overall. D-Haste now popping that ultimate, as he will deal quite a bit of damage now. Doesn't seem like he can just fully commit to it with those rocks in place. Still though, with no support, just being 1v1, that's gonna be a flash! Beautifully done. The charm connects as well. He will not look into this no further.
Yeah, although he is 3 levels up on Mafro, maybe he could have waited for his cooldowns and played a bit more aggressively, but still, this is a safe option. TP is coming from
That was a ghost
Septico.
pop from Neon as well.
Might be still in a lot of trouble. I'm not sure what the spell show situation is. He has it, but it didn't matter against 3 members of Team Excellent. 0 and 6 now. Camilius also in trouble. Flashes out, hooks him, but that just kills him. And Stefan doesn't even take that much damage. He does have Destroyed for the healing. And the initiative the Team Excellent has taken is just so good against Mouthbreeder Seator. There is no way he can do much here. Stefan does take quite a lot of damage, but Stridebreaker keeps him alive. Get into the Rift Herald just in case, and his team finishes the job now 14 and 4.
Okay, yeah, this is looking like another quick game, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know, man, to me it feels like this is just tilt. Every single thing that they've done has just been so overforced from the side of Mouthbreeders, and Team Excellent once again played really well, caught them off guard most of the time. Even now, I'm sure they didn't really expect that 3v2 would turn into like a 5v5 at bot, and somehow Team Excellent would still end up on top of things. So they've just been, you know, taking every single one of the resources, like Aatrox now just taking jungle, the bot tier 2 has just disappeared. Like every lane seems to have been kind of pushed in, and with basically everybody other than the Bard having a bounty, I think that kind of says it all for the state of the match.
Yeah. And I mean, the lead is just huge. It's 8,000 gold in 18 minutes, almost 3 full items.
Yep.
It's just so much. Excellent, soon to finish his Manamune as his second item. The haste, I think, is very close. Second, and they're just making plays. Whatever they want, the haste is 2 levels up on Sayator. Mafro, there is no way he can win this 1v2. Excellent coming in to take the kill, as he will. 5th kill for Excellent. 16 and 4 overall. They are just snowballing the lead. Now it's 9,000 gold. They can just do whatever they want. Every single lane is winning. Septico is just trading. He's completely isolated in a 1v1 against Scholar. Team Excellent trying to do plays mid. It doesn't even matter that they're diving. They're just so tanky. They're just running them down. They need to flash towards their base. Sayator now coming in. Beautiful knock-up. Maybe they find Stefan. Actually, a lot of damage coming from Sayator. There is a big bounty. Septico in a weird 1v1 situation. Seems like he will die as well. Now that's 2 bounties for Mouth Breeders, bringing the lead a bit down.
Yeah, that was the thing I was gonna kind of mention, that now in these side lanes in the Aatrox versus Xante, it's completely flipped now. With the addition of course, Bramblevest, the Plated, and even with the Glacial, rather the Gauntlet, not Glacial, he can just tank everything that Aatrox has, and if Aatrox pops his ulti, he needs to, well, kind of kill him in that timer. And if he doesn't, which he probably won't because he's so tanky and has just a gajillion armor, this is what's gonna end up happening. I think they were fighting for like 2 minutes straight until Xante just ended up kind of winning the war of attrition. And also just with the Bramble and now the finished Thornmail kind of denying a lot of healing that Aatrox has.
Yup, and I guess he needs more items for the 1v1. Neon also in a bit of a trouble. Mafro getting very low. The Sayator gets taken down instantly. Mafro as well. The haste with those resets is just running them down. Color is the last team member standing alive for Mouth Breeders, but it is in a 1v3 situation. That is a free pick, and now complete sweep. Clean ace without casualties.
11,000.
Yeah, move towards whatever they want. They can take the tier 2 top lane, they can take the Arakan.
Yep. Aatrox is slowly going to be pushing mid lane, as it does seem like they're willing to kind of, you know, take that tower, take the tier 2 here at the top, probably reset, take Arakan, and then maybe force something on the map. Win one more fight, and I feel like it's going to be even enough to maybe even end it. So with these recalls now and the bounties, look at them, 650, 700, 250 gold.
Mafro flashes in, dropping to half HP. Camellia still waiting for that hook. Doesn't even seem like he needs to throw it, and they actually do find the pick. Now that's kind of big, but I still feel like Septico is the weakest member of Team Excellent, and the other team members are just so fed, so far ahead. I feel like they can even take the 4v5.
Oh no, absolutely.
No problem.
Yeah, I mean definitely Aatrox, even though you pick him kind of for a really good laning. And the fact that he also kind of scales well, once he does get into like 3-4 items area, he's going to be doing a lot of damage to solo carries, especially the jungler. Seems like Mafro just went for it, wanted to take that steal, but I love the way that Excellent was so cool, calm, collected. They let him fall, and then ended up kind of letting him fall on the ground next as they are getting that kill and they're getting Otacon as well, so the values are just multiplying by the second. And now with items and with everything that Otacon has given them, it feels like the gold lead is probably realistically at around like 13 to 14,000.
Yeah. So, I don't know, nice spike for Neon, that IE, but I don't think that matters. Excellent is a full item ahead. Thomas also being so far ahead, and now Neon found himself in a 1-on-1 against Septico. It has turned out to be a 3v1 against Septico, so now he's on the run, but he's just going in, has the flash available. Now Seadra with Camilius, also Mafro coming in to help. This Aatrox is just so menacing. Excellent finds a snipe. Sundered is keeping him alive. And he just doesn't die. He's 3 levels up on Mafro.
He's just getting it all out.
The Sundered is the spike, I guess, he needed to just be
Demolish.
as strong as his team members. And yeah,
Yeah.
that was just beautiful.
Yeah, the way he survived, genuinely so well played by him. Getting a kill, and then obviously excellent from downtown with that beautiful snipe. As they do end up making this just all work out in their favor. Septico even now just probably running away. Doesn't really need to overcommit, do anything. But I do just want to quickly glance over the EDCs, like 083. Neon has... Yeah, he's a victim of this game. He is just getting mowed down left and right. Even the Bard is taking up 1v1 against him now. That's how weak he currently is. And yeah, Bloodsong is completed for him. He also ended up getting a locket, which is quite interesting.
So after wasting his W there, so he just gets taken down. Beautiful hook by Camilius. But never mind, they just go in. It doesn't matter Stefan tanking, but he's still alive. The haste so low. Bar doesn't find the stun. Septico still goes in. Excellent in the backline, dealing so much damage, and there is no way you can stop this. The haste still has TP. And 3 members down. The least dealing damage members with your mage and NC being dead. This is a way to stop this.
Yeah, they're fighting in the back here against the Pantheon.
Yeah.
We ended up grabbing that shutdown because I think D-Haste wanted to recall quickly and then of course go back, but Nexus is going to be taken here by Excellent in the end. And that's 3 express matches.
Yeah.
These
It
were
is.
all under 26 minutes, every single one of them. This one being 24, the other one being 23, was it, I believe? And the first one being basically 25.
Yeah.
It's insane the amount of quick matches we've just been kind of firing off here.
Yeah, and it's so weird because I don't feel there is that much of a difference in skill between those teams. I feel like they're pretty close. So yeah, seeing stomp after stomp, and not even by a single team, like first game, of course, Mouth Breeders, then Excellent, then again Excellent. Yeah. What a fiesta definitely this series was.
Yeah, it was all over the place. Congratulations to Team Excellent, because now they have qualified for playoffs. In what a fashion. 3-0 overall. Congratulations to them. Extremely deserved, and they showed what they're capable of today. But that would be all, at the very least, from us, I think. We'll be taking back Amy into the studio as she will walk you through what else you can kind of expect through these days.
Cause it's lit. Keep it cool, ice cold for the shit. Cause I'm ballin'. Look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back, 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 back. Bring it. Keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it back, 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 bring it. Keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. Back, 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 bring it. Look at all this, bring it. Keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. all this ringing.
Now move your body, it's just a beat. Just a beat.
Congratulations, Team Excellent, yet again. They were our finalists last season.
Yep.
They have managed to get into the playoffs, even though with the first match of the best of three, it seemed kind of unlikely.
Yep.
The first match, I mean, Mouth Breathers were so confident, and then match number 2, match number 3, it sort of dissipated. Maybe their mental was a little bit challenged here, but yeah, Team Excellent came through.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, especially with the mental aspect of it all, because when you come out of the gate swinging like that, getting a 25-minute win, you are feeling confident. You want to take this all the way to game 2, win it 2-0, be like, okay, boys, we're resting easy. We made playoffs. No games to be played for the entirety of Swiss. We can now just relax, you know, go back to our beds, or just play League of Legends some more, I suppose, is also another option. But I think the confidence kind of got the best of them there, and in the second game specifically, the draft was just quite off. It feels like they constantly got outranged, and then the way that Team Excellent ended up kind of slowly snowballing throughout the entirety of the mid game, it felt like they couldn't really do anything, because if they stayed at those ranges that they wanted them to stay at, they would get nuked, and if they came closer, well, they would also get nuked. So no options there. The third one, I think, was a bit of a tilt fest.
Yeah.
I think they were mad already, and Neon ending the game like 0-9, I think, or something is just, yeah, it's gotta hurt.
Well, they're still in Swiss. Tomorrow we're going to be continuing with round 4.